battle for Middle Earth is about to begin.
So it begins.
Send these foul beasts into the abyss! It's my power. The great battle of our time.
Welcome to the Zorpazorp Battle Games in Middle Earth Livestream. In this series, we cast our gaze back in time to the roots of our beloved Middle Earth strategy battle game to explore the fortnightly magazine serial Battle Games in Middle Earth. Each episode, we will delve into a single issue, poring over a treasure trove of retro gaming, following in-depth painting guides, terrain tutorials, and some crazy battle reports, all with a modern twist so you guys can enjoy them in your games at home. With each installment, we'll also focus on a release of models that accompanied the magazine, following their journey from painting bench to tabletop, and then at the end of every live stream, they'll be randomly assigned to one of our loyal Patreons to continue their days of gaming abroad, spreading the gospel of Zorpazorp. So, in the immortal words of the magazine itself, let battle commence. Welcome to Zorpazorp Gaming, my name's Lachlan Linton Keane, and welcome to the third Battle for Middle Earth live stream. We have got some awesome action today. We're doing lots of miniature painting, of course. We've got an awesome interactive battle report up later on, and we're going to be doing some scenery tutorials for the first time today. We've got a whole lot of you joining us here live on the channel, which is exciting. We had, I think, 125 concurrent viewers was our peak for episode 2, and over 2,000 of you watched live, which it's just absolutely mind-blowing. So thank you so much for everyone who's joined us tonight. Let's have a look at who we've got. Everyone say hi in the chat, and I'll come and swing by in a sec. For those of you who haven't watched, if this is your first episode of our live stream, we are following along with the Battle Games in Middle Earth magazine serial from the early 2000s. Every single live stream installment, we go through one of these awesome magazines, frankly. We dive into all of the retro gaming goodness and check out everything that's inside. We've got miniature painting, battle reports, scenery. There's all sorts in every issue. Today is all about Frodo and the Ringwraiths. So we've got a whole lot of fantastic Ringwraith on Frodo action. Aragorn has to kind of save him. Essentially, Frodo has gotten himself lost. He's peeled away from the hobbits and his wonderful ranger protector, and the Ringwraiths are closing in. So Aragorn's got to try and save his ass. So we're going to be painting Frodo. I'm going to paint up some of my Ringwraiths as well. Show you guys a really quick and easy way to do the Ringwraiths, which is it's awesome. I mean, they're all black, so we all know it's going to be about a Black Templar contrast paint. Really quick and easy, quick and dirty. You can certainly take it to another level with more highlights, but it's going to be a nice little guide if you guys want to smash out some Ringwraiths quickly. And we'll be painting Frodo as well. And then we're going to have a look at some hedges, a scenery tutorial with the old school method for making hedges, which is pretty special for me because a little simple hedge was the very first piece of terrain I ever made, and now terrain rules my life. So let's have a look at who we've got in the chat. I see that we've got quite a few people already, which always blows my mind. So good evening to everyone in the UK and Germany. Good morning to everyone over my side of the world. In Australia, good early evening or afternoon to everyone in America, depending on what side of the coast you're on. So who have we got? Let's see where everybody is. I see people from the UK. I saw some French people. Bonjour to you. We've got Ireland. Darren McWilliams is back from Ireland. Mike Blake, hey everyone. Now, I guess the big thing for me is I'd love to hear what you guys have been working on in the past. Oh, it's actually a little bit less than 2 weeks because we streamed late last time. But what have you guys been working on in the last couple of weeks? I've been getting really excited about High Elves, which is something I didn't think I'd really ever say. But after and this is the awesome thing about this whole series is it makes me paint stuff that I would never normally paint. And I was busting out those high elves. I was really enjoying painting the early sculpts for our Patreon giveaways and for last week's issue. And I found myself enjoying it, and I was like, oh man, I kind of want to make a bit of an elven army. And everyone knows I'm all about Rohan. 2019 was the year of Rohan for me, and I'm not putting Rohan away, but Glorfindel is my favorite character, and I've wanted to make stuff with Glorfindel for so long. So it's just finding a way to work him into an army that I was really excited about thematically. And for me, that is all about the Battle of Fornost. So I've been putting together a really cool a kind of big multi-factional alliance between the Rivendell forces led by Glorfindel and the High Elves led by Círdan from Lindon and the Grey Havens, as well as some Arnorian survivors with a bit of hobbits to represent the Shire who were there, and then a big Gondor alliance as well. This big multi-faction alliance for a 1,000 point escalation tournament that we've got coming up. So I'm super excited. I've been testing out all these different High Elf schemes. I'll show you guys some of the stuff I've been working on a bit later on after we've painted some Frodo and Ringwraiths. Let's see what you guys have been working on. We've got some scouts, some Mordor orcs for Andrew Lemaire. Morning, Andy. I guess it's public holiday for us here in Australia, so we might see a few of the Australians, even though it's an early Monday morning. We've got, Adam Jenkinson has already, another New South Welshman, has already sprayed a Frodo to follow along. Well, that's good, because we're going to be flying by the seat of our pants for Frodo, because I haven't planned the scheme yet. But I mean, it's a green cloak, it's like a red, vest and some blue. We'll be fine. Should be pretty easy to do. We've got people working on Lothlorien. We've got people working on Easterlings this fortnight. Theoden had mounted Royal Guard. Darren McWilliams, you're a man after my own heart. Well done. Glorfindel is amazing. Have you done a mounted conversion? Asks Richard Clammer. No, Richo, but part of the reason that I'm really keen to kind of do Glorfy is because I want to do like a really beastly conversion. The thing for me, I love it. I did a big post on the GBHL asking for everyone's Glorfindel conversions, and some amazing stuff where a lot of people, they sculpt the armor onto the unmounted version, or they use some of the twins or different elven characters. For me, I really want to capture like Knight of the Golden Flowers, right? First age Glorfindel at the height of his prowess. He's been sent back to Rivendell, and he's going back to war in a big way. So he's going to sort of spec up and tool up as if he was still of his original house in the first age. So I'm thinking that I'm going to use some pretty serious different parts. I really want to have a nice horse with a lot of You know the beautiful cloth armor. I can't remember the word, that has all the heraldry painted on it, like the Knights of Dol Amroth wear. If anyone knows what that's called, let me know in the chat. So I want to have that kind of a big, beautiful stallion to represent Asphalloth, but like geared up for war. Not an armored horse, but just lots of kind of beautiful cloth armor, and with lots of heraldry, the golden flowers painted all over it. I want to have the horse pose really rearing up with his sword, and kind of really dynamic, like he's literally in the middle of dueling the Witch King, and kind of go absolutely crazy. And then I suppose I'll either use the foot model or maybe another high elf model to do a torso swap and some pretty hardcore repositioning. Essentially, I want to go pretty mental for it, and do a really, really interesting conversion. We've had people painting goblin mercenaries. Barding. Thank you to Harry from Battle Games of Middle Earth. The barded armor, of course, the barding. Alan Jeffrey is working on a Rohan house. Nuke is saying hi to everyone in France. Hello, Nuke. Mon français est terrible, My French is terrible, so that's where we're going to leave that. We've got people painting up the mountain fortress in Gondor style. Oh, awesome. Jason Simons. He ordered the mountain fortress bases from Zorpazorp Gaming. That's fantastic. Good on you, dude. Make sure you throw some photos up on our Facebook page. For all of you watching who don't know about our community Facebook group, make sure you head on over to facebook.com/groups/Zorpazorp. I'll make sure I update the description with a link. It's really awesome. I think we've hit over 500 members now, and everyone's like posting stuff all the time. It's awesome. Cody Cunningham is working on Rivendell Knights and Mounted Glorfindel. Awesome, Cody. Well, make sure you throw some photos up in that Facebook group so I can steal all your ideas. We've got Mounted Saruman for SJB Land. Of course, Michael Buchan from Buck and Duck, who's just launched his own YouTube channel, which is absolutely awesome. Some really great painting guides on there. He's been working on Urukai, because of course he's been doing his Urukai painting tutorial. He's got some really great War in Rohan themed stuff if you're keen on getting all your models ready for that. So make sure you check out Buck and Duck, BUCHANDUCK. I'll update the description at the end of the video with that link as well. We've got Jason working on some Warg Riders. Oh, cool. We've got some people from South Africa. Hey, Maris. That's awesome. Haven't had South Africans on before, I don't think. Yeah, lots of people. Norway. I just finished painting Thorin's company for James Hogg, and it only took him 6 years. Well, that's fair. They're detailed models. It's fair. Cool. Awesome. All right. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to all of you. Let's see how many we've got now in the chat. Let me swing over to the right Chrome tab because I have too many open. My God, we're already up to 81 of you. Crikey. You guys do like to dive on in nice and quick. That must be the notification bell, right? Is that how you guys all work out that I'm here? Because there's always about 20 of you who are sort of eagerly waiting for the link, and then it leaps on. Denmark, Ireland, the Netherlands. There's lots and lots of people joining us today. We've got an interesting question here before we dive into the first segment from Freddy the Insomniac. What are the best tips to get into Middle Earth on the cheap? Now, the first tip is definitely the Middle Earth starter set, Pelennor Field starter set. In terms of value, it's absolutely mental. You get 20 Warriors of the Dead, a Mordor Troll, 36 Morannon Orcs, 12 Riders of Rohan, and 12 Warriors of Rohan on foot, Theoden, the Witch King. So there's a whole lot of value in that box, and it's a good leaping off point so that you can go make a Rohan army, or you can add the 3 hunters and do the Army of the Dead, or you've got some interesting evil choices there as well. So that's definitely the best spot. Otherwise, check out the secondhand market. The guys over at Top Table Gaming have done some really great videos on sort of where to go after you've bought the starter set, or how to get into the hobby really cheaply, so I'd suggest checking out those videos. But always an important question, the secondhand markets, particularly on Facebook Marketplace, and we have like Gumtree in Australia, but the equivalents, sometimes eBay. eBay's a bit pricey, but if you want to buy brand new stuff, I'd go for the starter set and then start adding things to that, or just pick your favorite army and buy a unit, paint that up, see if you like it, dive into it that way. Alright, what I'm going to do is switch on back over to my streaming software, and I'm going to throw up our little card, and we're going to get our little magazine ready, and we're going to have a look at everything we're diving into today with some fantastic detail, because there is some really cool stuff. Alright, I'll see you guys in just a second. Alright, here we are, issue number 3 of the Battle Games in Middle-earth serial. Now, we've got some cool stuff today. Let's dive on in. It's a lovely little cover, actually, kind of quite dynamic there, with Frodo on the front and the Ringwraiths, and then we've got a lovely shot of the Buckleberry Ferry, but we're not Buckleberry Ferrying today. That does come a little later. Let's dive on in. So, we've got, welcome to the lands of Middle-earth, a lovely little introduction, but we're diving into a little bit more complexity with the rules. Now, as you guys know, this is a retro supplement from the early 2000s, and we were dipping our toes in with the rules, and we start to learn a couple more things here. They like to go over everything in case anybody's dived in for the first time back in the early 2000s, but we're looking at some interesting stuff where we're dealing with line of sight and charges being brought in, so having to be able to see the enemy before you charge them, which is of course very important, so visibility is being taken into account. They haven't done any in the ways or that kind of element for shooting yet in terms of visibility, because we don't really deal with shooting too much in this issue, because they just say that Aragorn doesn't have a bow for the scenario. So it's actually quite simple in terms of shooting. And then we've got a really lovely spread, and this board was something that I was really kind of taken away by the first time I saw it. I remember flicking through this magazine and being like, I want to build that one day, and I'd actually completely forgotten about this particular picture or this particular build. Some of the early builds that you'll see in these magazines are really quite famous, but this one, I don't know if it never went on display at Warhammer World, or it probably did at some point, but something that I'd completely forgotten about. And this was one of my first boards that I was like, oh my god, I need to make terrain. And then it kind of inspired me to get into terrain at the end of the issue, which we'll have a look at in a sec. But I'd really love to remake this. Obviously, it's meant to be like Weathertop or Amon Sul up the top, and then the Buckleberry Ferry all on the same board. Doesn't quite work geographically, but it works thematically and makes for a really cool board. So that'd be really fun. And of course, the reason we've got this beautiful spread with old school terrain is because we're learning about difficult terrain. So finally, we have the old half movement being brought in if you're going through something that's difficult or treacherous or not even an open ground, which could play into our scenario, because Frodo has to run away from the Ringwraiths and Aragorn's got to catch up, so a difficult terrain could be quite important there. And then we've got our scenario, the pursuit of the Ringwraiths, which we'll dive into in just a second. Of course, we have our fantastic cardboard friends. Now, this magazine, of course, came with our Frodo, who I'll grab just now. 1 second. Where are you, Frodo? Yes, here he is. So here's our little Frodo, and he's the kind of original Frodo sculpt. He's absolutely awesome. I never used to rate this sculpt, but when I was priming it and stripping it, because this model had a lot of gunky paint on it, you can see that he's holding the ring there as he's holding Sting. It's actually quite a cool little pose. I do like it. So we're going to be painting that fellow up today. Sorry if my hand was a bit overexposed there. And we've got just Frodo in the magazine, and we haven't even got Aragorn yet, technically, so they give us the cardboard standees for the Ringwraiths as well. I will be using my Ringwraiths, which I need to paint anyway, and won't be giving away as a Patreon reward, because they're my dismounts for my Ringwraith army, but we will be doing our Patreon giveaways for Frodo. Now, obviously, Frodo is just one little hobbit, so the winner of today's draw will also win Samwise the Brave when we get around to painting him. So it's a 2-for-1 deal. You get yourself 2 of the hobbits today, and if you're very good, I might even throw in a few really extra special hedges. We'll have to wait and see how nice they turn out before I decide to give them away. If they're not nice enough, I won't, but if they come out pretty well, which I think they will, they're cool, they're old school. So then we have the scenario, which we'll dive into in a little bit. Now, for those of you who saw the post on the various socials, and I promised awesome retro magic, I totally forgot that the Ringwraith magic doesn't come in till like issue 7. So no, sorry, I lied. There's no awesome retro magic. It's all been a lie. It has all been in vain. Basically, it's just an exercise of profile matching. We still have no wound chart yet. We're not, we have been introduced to the actual elements of the profile in the beginning of the second one, but we've got essentially, this is what you need to wound this model. This is what you need to wound this model. So, the Ringwraiths are getting wounded on 6s, Aragorn's getting wounded on 5s, Frodo's getting wounded on 4s. And Frodo is wounding the Ringwraiths on a 6 and then a 5. So they're bringing in at least the multi-stage wounding, but nothing too crazy. So we'll dive into that in depth in a second, and then we have our painting guide. Now, this is As always, a nice, highly simplistic tutorial guide, but one thing that I do really like about these retro guides is that they encourage you to color mix. They're teaching you all sorts of different, you mix your browns and your whites to make a light brown and all this kind of stuff, which because of the resources that you only had the limited paint pots that came with whatever issues in the magazine you had. They had to kind of get a bit clever. We saw in episode 2, I think it was, they taught you how to make a wash just by diluting brown acrylic paint. So they're good little guides. And then we have our making a hedgerow. So this is the fantastic old school way of making hedges by grabbing what do I do with them? Scouring pad. We've got the lovely green scouring pad, and you kind of like bend it in half and staple it down and glue it to a base and then flock it and turn it into a hedge. It's so fun. It's like the classic old military wargamer way of making hedges. So we're going to be making some hedgerows today. But first, we're going to dive into painting our Ringwraiths. So let's grab ourselves our painting station and we'll set up. I don't think I'm going to tab off while I do this. You guys don't need to hear any of my more delicious holding screen. Let's have a chat to you guys while I do. So, Freddy the Insomniac is dropping the all-important truth bombs that Arwen is hot. Yeah, I mean, it's the classic question. Liv Tyler or oh god, mental blank. Who plays Miranda Otto? God. There's things you forget when you're on stream in front of 100 people. And then, what else we got here? We've got... Top Table Gaming Steve says the folded card minis, never forgot about those. Yeah, they were a staple of many of our gaming elements. Oh, I don't have Aragorn yet. That's okay. I've got a cardboard standee with a weird base size. It's gonna be very, very interesting. But the benefit, of course, is that we have so many minis that we don't have to play with those today. Steve says, remember the Minas Tirith wall at Warhammer World? I never got to see that in person, of course, living in Australia, and there's very, very few photos of it that you can find, unfortunately. I even contacted the GW guys to try and get some of the photos so I could steal some of the building designs, but they don't have any, apparently. All right, let's grab our paints. On comes the painting bench. Get that nice and square for you guys. So we're going to start with our Ringwraiths. I'm only painting 4 poses today because I already have the Witch King painted, and I've got the awesome old school poses. I really love these guys. I have been kind of going through a bit of a Ringwraith love affair lately. We had the doubles event at Arda, and I needed a quick army that I could play with Dan Jones really easily, so we took all 9 mounted. We only ended up playing 1 game as the ringer, and we did get annihilated, but we did some awesome work with them. They take a lot of skill to use, so I'm really keen to get into them. But of course, they're quite simple models to paint at one end, but you could also go really crazy with them if you wanted to. But we're going to go nice and basic for them today. Now, these guys have all been primed just in the contrast primer Wraithbone, because the workhorse layer, of course, is going to be our Black Templar contrast, and then we've just got a little bit of silver detailing on the weapons, really. We've got a short blade here on this little fellow. There's some kind of longer swords, some short blades. We've got another longer sword here as well. I'll just grab my Witch King for you guys. This has to be one of my favorite SBG sculpts. It's so cool, like the little Morgul blade tucked underneath, and then drawing his big menacing Witch King sword with quite well modeled detail as well. I really love this sculpt. So this was painted with more of a classic method. So we're going to have a look today at how the Black Templar contrast compares, and we'll smash that pretty quickly, to be honest, before we dive into our Frodo. So let's grab ourselves a little bit of our contrast paint. We're also going to be using a whole lot of other colours, of course, for Frodo, so we might just bring a few of them over now. We've got some really interesting... Frodo's a nice kind of colour palette dip, because we get to do a bit of green, a bit of brown, a bit of red, a bit of blue even, potentially, if you want to do some navy. So there's a lot of options there for us. All right, so we've got our black contrast, our black Templar contrast, and our Basilicanum Grey as well. I don't think we'll end up using any Basilicanum, but it's handy to have just in case we want to do a bit of like wet blending with the contrast, which you can do. But I think we'll just do an even coat of black Templar to start. Now remember, as always with our contrast paints, look at this crap at the bottom, right? That is all settling pigment, and you need to shake the crap out of it. That is our Basilicanum Grey. The difficulty with the black Templar, of course, is you think it isn't separating, but it is. You just need to shake the crap out of it because you can't see it. So always give them a really good shake. Now, as always with contrast, we want to apply with a relatively broad brush, and you want to apply it quickly. You want to finish entire layers rather quickly so that you don't have any kind of weird rejoining of pooling. If you remember when we did the Numenorians last time, we had sort of a slight problem with I took too long doing some of the black layer and going back to fix a bit of shield. Then there was some brush strokes through it as half of the pooling pigment dried and all that kind of stuff. So we're gonna finish these layers pretty quickly. I really do like Black Templar. I mean, it's an absolute savior for armies that are predominantly black. Let's jump on this fellow first. Now you'll notice with this Wraithbone Prime, it's not the most perfect prime in the world. And the reason that I did that was because I was sort of like, these were painted, sort of half painted black underneath, and I almost kind of zenithal primed the wraiths themselves. They had a bit of like weird, bad painted black underneath, and so I just deliberately hit it from the top. And from the sides, but if there was still black in the crevices, I don't really mind, because it's all going to be, that's going to be the deepest regions of black anyway, so it's just not a big deal. So I wasn't too fussy or too worried about them, but we do want to get enough pigment on here that we do kind of shade the mid regions thickly enough so that they've still got some dark tone. But of course, don't over pigment, because you can always work in layers. If it's not dark enough, just do another pass. Because this is looking quite light over the Wraithbone. We'll have a look. We want to do all the cloaks as well. If you wanted to sort of have some points of difference, there is like this top layer of cloak here, this bit here around the hood. They're like attached bits from the hood. You could pick those out in sort of subtle, really muted tones. I've seen people do that, like red for Camul the Easterling. So you could have ways of separating them if you want, but I just want all my gen wraiths to be really vanilla, really black, lots of shadow. Really get it in there. It's pretty great stuff. Does anyone have like particular favorites in the contrast range? I've got the sort of paints I really love and paints I really don't. What are your contrast paints that you've liked the most? I think that's always an interesting one, because you get such different sort of cases of use across the contrast range. Some people love them for different things. Some people hate them for different reasons. They're good at some jobs. They're not good at others. All right, so that is a fairly even coverage over almost all of the cloth. Don't want to miss that hand there. Don't be too alarmed if you get it on the hand or the blade. We're going to pick that out with a base layer of metal anyway. So it's really, really not an issue. I'm just going to make sure I don't do that thing where I accidentally make the camera focus on my hand instead of the model. All right, we need a little bit up on the underneath of the cloak. Beautiful, happy with that for our first layer. Let's do our second one. Oh, I just see that. Nearly knocked Black Templar absolutely flying. All right, so we've got Patrick Schmidt's got an interesting question here, and this is a question that we get a lot from a lot of new players. I would like to start playing this game, but I don't know anybody playing it. My friends don't even know Tolkien and are not interested. Well, you need to educate them to start with. He's living in a small village in northern Germany. So Germany has a huge Middle Earth scene. I know Germany's quite large, but there is a seriously strong scene in German. Steve's already on it. Yes, good on you, Steve. So there is a German league. They've got a Facebook page. Make sure, if someone wants to grab the German Facebook page link and throw it in the chat description for Patrick, that would be really awesome. It's an absolute, it's a good community, and get on the Facebook groups. That's my number one piece of advice, because there's so many regional-based Facebook groups, and if you're in the same situation as Patrick and you're in a particular country but you don't know anybody, just Google, Norway Middle Earth League, or Scandinavian Middle Earth League, or German Middle Earth League, or Lord of the Rings League, or SBG League, or Hobbit League. There's no strong naming convention. Some people are still like the GBHL is Hobbit League, New Zealand Hobbit League. In Australia, we upgraded. We are the Middle Earth League. We're a bit more with the times. Everyone else is clinging on to the past. So you will be able to find people more than likely. There's lots of little macro communities all over the world, and the internet is bringing us together. So that would be my advice. If you don't think there's anyone near you playing, there probably is. Otherwise, get on into it, make some great terrain, paint some models, try and get some mates over, and once they see cool terrain and cool models, and let them win a few times, they'll soon be buying the plastic crack. Never fails. It never fails to addict. So get into it. Be the community person who starts it all, if there isn't one, as much as you can. It's really cool to see all these little micro communities appearing and then connecting to form larger groups. Remember to make sure you get the inside of the hood, guys, because it is obviously we want it pretty dark in there. We don't want to be seeing the evil within, and the tips. One thing that sometimes happens. That's really good English. That does sometimes happen, is the tips of the very edges will go too white. The pooling agents will pull too hard and pull it all the way off the edges, and you'll get white edges. Now you can just highlight that and fix it, but as long as you have an adequate amount of contrast paint in that region, it shouldn't happen. So just make sure you've got a nice even spread. Yeah, see, it was just starting to happen there on that edge. So I'll just give that a little bit more, and it will pool away and still lighten, but it won't be too unlight. All right, number 2. Look how quick we're smashing these. So let's have a look at what people were chatting in terms of paints. James, 42% human. James Gaywood, lovely Victorian. He uses Cygor Brown and Leviathan Blue. They're pretty good contrast paints by his account. Top Table Gaming Steve says all sand bases start with wildwood. Yeah, cool. I haven't touched on that color. It's here we go. This is an interesting suggestion. Michael Buchan from the Buck and Duck YouTube channel, he says he uses a green contrast paint over silver in order to create a high elven silvery green cloth. Dude, that's a great idea. I've done a little bit of that myself, where I put Flesh Tearer's red over the top of chainmail to make some really nice red metallic armor for my droidicas for Star Wars Legion. It's absolutely a cool technique. I didn't think of that. Maybe I should do that for my elves. I might be dabbling with that. Let's keep smashing out these guys. I saw a couple of other interesting suggestions as well. Snakebite Leather from Hal Martin. Another from Snakebite Leather, Mikey Jenkinson. It seems to be quite popular. More Snakebite Leather. God, people are loving that. Army Painter stainless steel ball bearings in your contrast pots. Yes, Hal Martin, that's a very good suggestion. Agitators is what he's talking about. Finally, someone says Skeleton Horde. There we go. Yes, of course, the greatest contrast paint of all is Skeleton Horde. It's absolutely amazing. Let's get a little bit of Black Templar on this guy. Skeleton Horde is my absolute favorite. It's just a machine for painting droids, for painting Rohan Thatch. It is awesome. Absolutely awesome. Just on that note, while we're on the topic of Rohan Thatch, I was obviously, I think I spruiked launching my Rohan painting tutorial on the Rohan houses. Got an awesome little tutorial. It's all filmed and ready to go, but we had some stuff come up in life. We had to go to the hospital a couple of times, and I ended up losing sort of 3 or 4 working days sort of cumulatively over the course of a couple of weeks, and so that video is now quite late. So apologies to everyone who I promised that to, but it is coming, and now I'm on leave after Arda Unleashed, so it'll be here in the first week of February. The Rohan house painting tutorial. All is well now though with the family, so we're fine. It was just a very busy period right before Arda Unleashed, so I had to prioritize getting the tournament ready over finishing the video to make sure that we didn't let down all of our guests. But it is coming. They were an absolute joy to paint, and I can't wait to show you my way for painting them to get something that is like seriously realistic wood tone. I really enjoyed developing a really nice scheme for some proper wood tone. Wood tone's always been a challenging thing for me over the years, and I've painted a lot of it. And painting plastic kits is quite difficult as well to get realistic wood tone. Where you know, when you're working with a wooden surface like balsa wood or modeling wood, you can get a really realistic finish quite easily. By using the natural porous structure of the material, using the wood grain that's already there to help you, whereas you can't do that with plastic. So it was quite a fun challenge, and I'm really excited to show it to you guys. But so that will be coming very soon. All right, Wraith number 3 is finito. Let's dive into Wraith number 4, and then we'll let these guys dry and start having a look at our Frodo. Oh man, this contrast goes down so easily and so quickly. Imagine, I mean, if every model was like this, we could paint entire squads of infantry on one stream. But no, we all know I like to take my time and do a nice job. But yeah, so what else we got happening in the chat? Good morning, Nate's Miniatures has come to join us. Welcome, dude. And we've got a couple of people. Oh, wow, people chatting in German. Awesome. Looks like Patrick. I did it again. Sorry, Patty. Has touch base with some Germans. Exciting stuff. Your star vids were awesome. So tempted to buy and paint my own minis. Yeah, they're so, like, I really love all the old school Lord of the Rings stuff. It's really cool. I mean, how old are these sculpts? Anyone know? They'd be 03, no, earlier, right? These are 2001, the original Attack at Weathertop box. So these were part of the green box range. I mean, they just look fantastic. So, and it's not like, yeah, there's been a few scale problems with the range, but a lot of the time, it's pretty good. And the early sculpts are holding up reasonably well. Sure, we'd love new plastic warriors and all that sort of thing, but the metals in particular are just absolutely awesome. Absolutely awesome. All right, one last bit of black, just there in that cloth. Oh, that's way too much paint on my brush. There's a little bit of there. I've got a little bit of excess pooling here down at the base because I've been a little bit heavy-handed as I try to be speedy. So I'm just going to wick that away. Just make sure you don't wick it away too much. I've got a little bit of cloth there around the hands. Remember, just be sloppy around the hands. Just make sure you get all of the black fabric because the hands will be gone back over with that metallic. Okay, so that is number 4 done. Let's wash up our brush and we'll have a look at number 1. Switch back to vMix so I can see the live. All right, let's have a look at this guy. Be really careful not to touch him when he's partially wet. Oh man, I mean, how good is that looking? Zero effort, really, and it's a little bit overexposed on the camera, so it's actually not quite that light in person. It's got quite a bit of depth to it, but I mean, it could be worth even hitting it with a second layer. We'll have a look when they all dry. I'm not going to try and paint the silver now because I don't want to accidentally knock the wet contrast paint, so very carefully without touching them. He says and then touches them. It's okay, don't think we pulled any paint off. We're going to shimmy them over there, out of the way. Oh, this guy's very wet. Okay. And then, here, Witch King, you can go hang out with them as well. And then it is going to be Frodo time. So, we're not going to need the black or grey. Let's gather together some paints. All right. So, you guys get to watch my whole process for developing a scheme here because I was painting elves last night and was silly, and I should have been working out the scheme for Frodo, and I wasn't. I just couldn't stop painting my high elves. So we're going to do it today. So let's have a look at our little fellow, and we'll break the model down into regions. Now, obviously, we want to have a nice, juicy green cloak. I think that one is very much a given. This guy has been primed in grey. Now, the reason I've done that is I normally always paint, well, it really depends on the model, but lately, more and more, I've been painting over a grey base so that my colors have a lot more vibrancy naturally, and I don't have, it sort of saves me on excess highlighting. When I'm contrasting, I usually use Wraithbone, which we just saw. When I'm painting normally, when I'm painting normally to like a beyond tabletop standard, I usually start from grey. And then when I want stuff quick and dirty, I'll prime from black because it's more forgiving because the shadows fall away to nothingness, like the nothingness that awaits you and your master. So what we've got here is grey. Now the benefit of grey is it also works for contrast paints. So we're going to be using a few contrast paints on Frodo potentially, and we... that way I can do my really nice quality, but also apply a bit of contrast as well. And working contrast into high quality stuff is totally fine. So, green cloak. What we're going to do with the green cloak is a new scheme that I sort of developed, which is where we start with the contrast Dark Angels green. So we'll throw that up there in our little stash. And then we're going to highlight with some Catachan green or Warflesh in the new name, and then maybe mix in a little bit of Warpstone glow, just make a bit of a blend and wet blend that across the green and get a really nice dark green with some lovely highlights. We can see there's some really nice kind of detail on the cloak folds there that we can make absolutely crazy. Let's see how close I can get to this guy. In fact, let's stop down a little, because my hands are just a tad too bright. We'll go down to, maybe go to F8. Might be better for you guys having a look right here. So yeah, we can see there's lovely little detail. Now there's 3 cloth elements. We've got his pants, his jacket, and then his little waistcoat. They're our remaining 3 cloth types. So we've kind of got, we're already going to have some brown. What we can do is we can probably do a bit of I think a blue, like a navy, is gonna be good there. We'll do quite a muted red. Hobbits quite like bright colors, and then we've got probably one more color. So well, here we go. Let's ask the chat. What would you guys? Yeah, just a couple of paints. What would you guys? What sort of colors are we thinking for Mr. Frodo? Does anyone have any particular desires? We could go for a red waistcoat. We could even go quite hobbity and go for a yellow waistcoat. I think we can. I mean, we could start having a look at the movie and stuff and going exact, but let's have some fun. We don't have to go super accurate all the time. I'm thinking green cloak, maybe navy pants, a skeleton horde. Why do I ask you guys for suggestions? Every time it's hot pink or purple. Well, I'm not going to paint a Middle Earth miniature hot pink or purple. My name isn't Jacob Lucas and I don't have bright green or Urukai. Or a cream shirt. Hey, that's not a bad idea. I like the idea for cream shirt. We've got lots of blue, or just Niall shouting blue multiple times. We've got yellow. I'm liking the idea of a cream waistcoat. That could be fun. And then let's have a little rifle. Let's have a little look at what we're gonna do. We'll do old school cream, I think. So we'll do khaki and a bit of bone, and then we'll wash it back with a little bit of Agrax. Flying by the seat of our pants here. Once I find Agrax Earthshade. No, Athonia. I've got too many shades these days, man. Alright, Agrax Earthshade. And then we're going to hit... we're going to do a blue. I'm going to start with Ultramarines blue. Is this the right choice? Maybe not. It's a little bright. Is it the only blue I currently own that isn't dried up? Yes, it is. So Ultramarines blue it is to start our navy. What we might do is we will darken the surface that we're applying the prime over. So I'm going to apply some Basilicanum grey contrast paint to the pants first, or perhaps even some Storm Vermin fur. We'll apply a base layer to darken that lower layer. And make sure that we get a really nice kind of deep navy with the Ultramarines just tinting that. It almost becomes a blue glaze at that point if we thin it down a little. So we'll go navy pants, we'll go green cloak, we'll go cream shirt, and then we haven't done any brown. So, but then where does the red go? Maybe we'll do a deep browny red for the jacket. What do we got here? Null Oil, we're going to need that for our silver. We're going to need Lead Belcher for our sword. I tell you what we will do is we're going to put Azuman Blue, a really thin glaze over Sting, just to give it a little blue glint. We're going to need some browns, of course, so we're going to have our charred brown and dark flesh tone. And then what brown are we working with here? We've got brown on the backpack. We could do a little highlight with tan or maybe earth. Let's have a look at those. Ooh, I think we'll go tan. Do a little bit of a highlight on the backpack. Don't you love this? Like, 1 paint for the 5 Ringwraiths. Now we're going to have about 15 paints for one tiny hobbit. Oh my god. Brushballer has 75 hobbits to paint for a commission. Dude, I got a feel for you. That's hard. That's hard. We've got and of course we need some. Oh, now the chain is on silver. I don't actually think we can see the gold of the ring. Let's have a look at our little model here. Now it's clasped firmly in his hands. We don't have to worry about that. But we do have a few gold buttons, so we'll put some gold paint as well. We're not going to need any of those fellas. We're not going to need those now. We need some flesh tone, of course. We'll keep our Kislev out. We'll mix up some elf flesh with a bit of bone white, and then we might do a little Stormhost silver layer. All right. Oh, you know what? Tuskor fur. This is probably where we want to end up. We can mix that in for a nice little highlight layer on the red. Okay, so let's grab my reds, which aren't here because I was painting elves, not Rohan. 1 second. So we've got the classic red combination. I don't think we'll use bloody red. We want to keep it a bit muted, so I think we'll go for scarlet red with a little red highlight, and then maybe we'll wash it back to brown it up a little bit. Just hit it with some Agrax or even just some Nuln. So I think that's looking pretty good. Let's dive into hitting our first layers. Now we've got 1,000 paints out of the way. I'm sure I've forgotten some, but we'll start there and we'll move on. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to dive into painting our... Let's go for a nice big layer first, which is going to be our green, because that'll give that time to dry, particularly as it's a contrast layer. It's important to do your contrast layers first, of course, because you don't want to accidentally get something on the prime, right? We don't want to get like a big splodge of red on the grey, because that's going to show through because of the translucency of the contrast layer. Haven't painted with the green for a day, so of course it's absolutely settled like crazy. Need to get some agitators in my contrast pots. Need to get them in all of my pots. See you later, Andy. Say hi to Seb for me. Enjoy Daddy Cuddles. See you next time, or see you later if you come on back. Alright, now that looks like it's mixed well enough. So what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be applying this this green quite liberally all over. I do believe this is our only contrast, our only like deep contrast layer. So it's the only one that we have to sort of worry about preserving. Doesn't matter if we spill this onto other layers, because the only other contrast I'm using is our blue, and I'm going to be layering that up anyway. So just get this, make sure you just cover the whole cloak. Ooh, wow! I haven't applied this over grey before. This looks baller over grey. Ooh, me likey, me likey. Yeah, I quite like that. That is a really nice tone. Wonder if I should prime my elves grey, not bone. We'll come back to that. Alright, make sure you get all the way across the hood. Don't worry about getting it on the backpack. We're going to clean all that up later. Same thing with the hair. Just make sure you get good coverage all around the hood. I'm going to grab a small brush. I want to get the inside here. Oh, why am I not wearing my glasses? This is not going to go well for me. I'll put them on in a sec. We don't have to be delicate about preserving the other layers. Like I said, just make sure you get everywhere that's cloth, because that's the that's the key to painting quickly, is only be neat when you have to be neat. Be messy whenever you can. So save you time. God knows I need to get better at painting quickly. I'm gonna come in here, right underneath. Try and not spill paint on the face, because we don't want to thicken that up with unnecessary layers. Oh, that's cool. Does he have his elven brooch? I hope not. He shouldn't at this point in the movie. He probably doesn't. Alright, make sure you get the underside of the cloak, which is very easy to miss. Okay, that looks like good coverage on all of our cloak. I'll just make sure that none of the contrast is separating too much. Dude, that cloak is baller. Actually never painted this specific Frodo sculpt before. It's really nice. So there's our little cloak. Now, of course, I haven't even talked about the Patreon giveaways yet, which is a really good thing to remember nearly an hour in. So we've got... Oh, that's a great question, actually. We'll come back to that, Thomas. So this Frodo that we're painting here today, as well as the Sam that I will paint in a future episode, will be given away to one of our Patreons as the sponsor of those models. And then at the end of the Frodo's and Sam's journey through the Battle Games and Middle Earth campaign, they'll get sent off. And you get to keep them no matter where you live in the world. So essentially, you get to follow the journey of these models. We assign them to you. You get to barrack for them for all the warriors. You can name them and really get invested in their progress. But we can also, record the feats of Frodo and Sam. We'll see if Frodo slays any Ringwraiths today. Give him some subtitles: Frodo Dead Slayer or something. Frodo Wraith Slayer, Bane of Wraiths. There's lots of things we can do. Let's not hype him up. He's probably going to kill nobody. And then whenever they're finished, whenever all the battle reports that they are involved in are done in the campaign, we will mail them off to you anywhere in the world. So that's for all of our Patreons. Doesn't matter how much you've pledged. All Patreons go in the draw to win those. In week 1, James Carver from New Zealand scored himself the Moria Goblins, of course. Groblog's Gobjobs that he has named them and given them all little loving names. And then last week we had Malta Jacobson picked up. He got the High Elves and Numenorians, and then Andy picked himself up Terry the Troll, our surprise cave troll who joined the stream, to everyone's surprise, including my own. It's a really fun way of getting our Patrons involved and giving you guys a bit of reward for supporting the channel, and also keeps us all engaged and gets you all hyped up. So we'll spin the Great Wheel of Fortune and excitement and prizes at the end, and we'll see who gets our Frodo and Sam today. So that is our green. That is coming on really nicely. What I'm going to do is grab myself some Storm Vermin fur, and I'm just going to darken his pants a little bit so that I can apply the blue navy contrast over them and have a little bit more of a darker tone. So I'm just going to, look at that, applying that straight onto the model, extremely thick. That is appalling. Use your wet palette, Lockie. Oh dear, shocking technique. All right. Thinning the paint before it goes onto the model. Now here we need to make sure that we get right up all over the pant because I'm painting this while the green is still wet. I'm going to try and avoid that green so I don't accidentally mix any extra green into it. And we want just the pants. Again, we don't need to be neat. Doesn't matter if we get it on the loincloth, on the waistcoat or the jacket. Because those regions are going to be rebase coated. So just get in there. In fact, I probably don't even need to be using a fine detail brush. Should be using my thin layer brush. That'll save us a whole lot of time. There we go. The only thing we need to be careful of is we need to avoid the green. So following that pant leg all the way into the edge. Here's an interesting question for you all. What is your favourite... Oh, good work, Lockie. What is your favourite Hobbit sculpt? Oh, look, it's the Matrix. The flashing Matrix of Doom. Kaboom. There we go. We're back. All right. What is your favorite hobby sculpt? Hey, how long was that battery dead, guys? My sincere apologies. I need, audio chat so you can yell at me. I just got, a, invisible Frodo, but only the original one. That is a great idea. Yeah, I really love the Frodo. Of all the new Ringbearer sculpts, the Frodo one's definitely the worst. It's a crap sculpt that they picked. Well, not a crap sculpt, but they could have picked a better one. Okay, it's a nice sculpt, actually. I agree. I just loved the original invisible sculpt. Isn't it this sculpt? I don't know, whatever. I remember feeling exceedingly bummed that they didn't use the one from the original Invisible Frodo, because I loved that sculpt so much. But yeah, interesting choice. Make sure that you get up underneath the cuffs with the grey. And, well, that's cheating. You can't pick Fatty Bolger. That's an excellent choice, though. And Farmer Maggot, you guys. I meant which of the 4 Fellowship Hobbits is your favorite sculpt. But they are good choices too. It's like looking into the plant here. Sorry, guys. Oh, cool. James says my battery was only down for 5 seconds. I love how the battery was down for 5 seconds and like 20 of you managed to scream about it. Excellent work, guys. Okay, so that is our base layer down. We'll wait for that to fully dry before we put our contrast down. But that is coming along nicely. Let's have a look at our dark green contrast. Yeah, it's getting there, but it's still a bit wet, so we won't touch it just yet. I'm going to complete that cloak completely before moving on to the brown. Because I don't want to have to do touch-ups. Oh, yeah, that'll be fine. So let's do his red jacket. We're going to grab ourselves some Scarlet Red from the Vallejo range. I'm just going to drop that down into my wet palette. Gotta love those dropper bottles. And, I'm loving this. I have like a sample of the universe here on this stream, and I can just put questions to you guys. Dropper bottles or no dropper bottles? Oh, that's way too much water on my brush. What are we thinking, guys? Do you guys prefer to paint from lids? Do you prefer to paint with the Vallejo dropper bottles, those of you that do? Classic example of not shaking your paints enough. I'm going to take that Scarlet Red and beat the devil out of it. Frodo and Shelob's Web, that's another great one. Yeah, the four Weathertop sculpts are really good. Thanks, Brush Boiler. Thanks for joining us. I don't mind either, to be honest. Dropper bottles are great when you're working into a palette, but for quick painting, the pots are nice. I think Games Workshop know that, as a general rule, they've got a larger size casual painter base than other companies, so I'd say that's why they stick with dropper bottles, with the paint pots rather than the dropper bottles. They know that the painters that are hardcore, that love their stuff, are going to just paint however they want and swap it over. I don't think it's any big conspiracy to make paint dry out more quickly, so they purchase more paints or whatever. I just think the seals aren't great, probably because of a bad manufacturing decision, and I mean, they're better now than some of the seals. There was like one edition of the seals that was just awful. Now this little cuff here should be red as well. That one is a tricky one because we don't want to get it on the green, but it is his jacket sleeve, so there should be some red on there too. Now that I've got the appropriate consistency for the paint, we're getting a really nice coverage. When you're painting the underneath of the hem, make sure that you don't get any on the grey, because that will affect the contrast. I'm going to switch to a fine detail brush to get in here between Sting and the cloak. Remember, it doesn't matter if Sting gets wet, because he is going to be repainted. Again, we've got another little underneath of the hem here that we don't want to get on the grey. And we just want this guy. Might have been a bit too much paint there. I'll thin that. I'll wick some of that away. Oh, right, of course we've got another hem here. Now, there's some really cool little brass buttons on this jacket, so make sure you guys remind me to go back and paint the gold detail on all the buttons. When I'm doing the buttons, I'll remember the chest ones, but I might forget about those little guys, because they're really cool. And it's all the little details on these such tiny models, so you really want to make every little detail sing so that they really read. Okay, that is my very sloppily applied, but that doesn't matter, red on the jacket. I think that's a nice colour, but it could be a little bright. Now, I'm saying it's a little bright. Watch me go and make it lighter with red gore, but there's a method to my madness. While that's down, I'm just going to do a quick wet blend with some gory red, very closely based on the old red gore from Games Workshop. And I'm just gonna kind of wet blend highlight the top regions, keeping it out of the recesses if I can, but not a huge deal. Just to give the red cloak a little bit of just a little bit of life, really, a little bit of two-toned elements, but it is warming it up a lot. It's a very warm red. It's not a cool red. And it makes it a lot brighter. But we will wash that back to make it more of a reddy brown later on. But that's looking really good. Now, our grey undercoat has dried, so let's go and pop down our contrast paint next before we spill anything. So we're going to be using our Ultramarines blue here. Look at this blue ring. This is crazy. All right, what's happening in the chat while I do a good shout? We've got people chatting to each other. That's awesome. Frodo and Sam in Orc Armor by Dan Gross. That's a wicked suggestion. I nearly picked those up for $10 the other day, and then I just and ahed too long, and they were gone before I could. It's a shame. They're fantastic, fantastic models. The Sam that comes with Shelob is my favorite Sam. I can't actually remember that Sam. Declan. Also, hello, Declan. Good to see you, dude. Hope you're well. I hope all the terrain builds are going well. Are you doing any more of the like Warren Rohan style small boards, Declan? Those were awesome. I really liked those. If you haven't already, throw pictures of those up in the Zorpazorp page. They were fantastic. The Barrow Downs hobbits were interesting. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. And if you haven't read the books, you wouldn't know about them. So good little section there. Okay, so let's see if this works. We're going to grab some Ultramarines blue over the darker grey, and hopefully that's going to give us something that isn't as bright. Something that works as a nice sort of deeper blue. Bearing in mind, of course, we can wash this back too. So this is just a starting point for us. But we've started to tone that colour already just by having a darker layer underneath it. What we're trying to do with this layer is just bring the blue into the palette for the slacks. Would it have been easier to just paint it with a dark blue? Yes. Do I have any? No. No, I do not. So this is what we do. We adapt and overcome. Alright, let's get that blue in there. It's looking a little bit rainbow now. Blue, red, green. I think that's a great reason why we'll go with Steve from Top Table Gaming's suggestion of a cream shirt, because we need a little bit of neutral to come in now. That navy is actually going to work really well, I think, once that all contrast pulls off. That's going to look quite good. We'll see if we need to darken it. We may, and that's okay. Okay, so that is our blue contrast down. That was an easy layer. I'm going to do the bone last. I don't want to mess about with that yet, especially while all the other layers are so wet. Any spills will be really hard to clean up. So I think it's time to duck back down to our green. I'll give you guys a nice little look here at this fellow. Let me switch to live and I'll make sure that's all happening focus-wise. See, the green is really dry now, ready for some highlights, and the blue and the red are looking pretty top. How close can I get in terms of focus? Oh my god, look at my minimal focus distance. I'm going to start showing you guys way closer. Let's do that. All right, beautiful. When I've stopped down, it increases the depth of field, which means I can get that close. So that is cool. We'll do that from now on to give you guys a nice look at everything. Now, while those two layers are drying, let's have a look at our Ringwraiths. I think Ringwraith number 1 was maybe this guy. Let's have a look at how he's dried. Oh, yeah, that looks nice. Really happy with that. So what we'll do is we'll come back and do his silver when we're doing Frodo silver. But for now, we're going to start doing our green. So the first thing we're going to do is just grab some straight Warflesh. I'm just going to grab a little bit of this. Whoop. Only downside of the pots. I'm going to get a little bit of that, put it on my wet palette. I don't need too much. And what I want to do is I just want to pick out the very, very edges. Oh, I never went back to Dan's question. I'll come back in a second, look at that. So I'm just highlighting the ridges. Anywhere it's raised. But like, still a reasonable amount of paint going down. Like I'm not doing a really final highlight because this is going to be my mid-tone essentially. So even when there's a broader, flatter area, we still want to work a fair bit of this in, even as if it's a dry brush. Now I haven't seen my GBHL boys. Where's Damo? I'll have a look. Maybe he's in the chat and I've just missed him. That'll be unforgivable if he chooses not to watch. He will be punished. Alright. Oh man, I just love this green. This comes to life so well. So that is just with a really simple Catachan green highlight. And now, while we're here, let's just dive in and do the next layout. We can smash that cloak. Super easy. And what I'm doing is I'm grabbing a very small amount of goblin green. And I'm dropping it. I'm dropping it everywhere. That's what I'm doing. And I'm going to mix that in. It's probably about 30% goblin green. 70%. What's it called? Wireflesh? I always call it Catachan, sorry. Got a little bit too much paint on my brush there. I'm just going to come in and just lighten up the edges a little bit more. Just in a few spots. I actually thought this might have been too dark still. But that is definitely light enough. This will be our top coat. We just want to pick out... I'm going to take a little bit of that paint off on the paper towel because I want to wick away some moisture. Just to allow me to almost overbrush some of these highlights. So if you take away the moisture, it gives you more control of being able to do like flat bristle dragging across the surface, which it almost becomes a dry brush in places. That is looking pretty bloody good. And Lockie's realised that I haven't highlighted the inside between the legs. So I'm going to cheat and just do a little bit of a quick highlight. I won't do my mid-tone stage, because we'll totally be able to get away with that on the inside of the cloak there. Oh man, I love painting green. I reckon painting green is my favourite thing. Green and red. The colours of Christmas. Look at that. Looking absolutely beautiful. Now, do we need... Let me have a look at it for a sec. Do we need to wash that? I would say no. I think we've got enough contrast there. I like how subtle it is. I really like how subtle it is. So, let's have a look here. We've got a couple of interesting questions in the chat. We've got Declan says that he's taking a break from his error board, working on a semi-modular Rohan village. Yeah, cool, awesome. Definitely put some photos up, man. I'd love to see. We've got oh whoa, a break-in. Oh no, is that Steve? Did you guys get broken into? They never ventured into the studio. I'm guessing that might have been a break-in at Element Games. I hope everybody's okay, and I hope the damage wasn't too bad. Insurance and all that covers it. That sucks. So Thomas Marsh asks a good question. What's the best way to start back with Lord of the Rings? Yeah, all the points used to be in the main rules book. So that's back in either the blue rulebook days or maybe even earlier editions. What books would I need for, say, Isengard? Well, you're going to need the main rulebook, and you're going to need Armies of the Lord of the Rings is the main one. There's also... I mean, you sort of need War in Rohan because they've got some legendary legions, but you don't need that to start. I wouldn't even say that the Isengard legendary legions are all that necessary. They add certain ways to play the game, but base Isengard is as good as it ever was. I think it probably hasn't been supplanted, and that's because the Isengard legendary legions suck. What? No. They're just not as good as we were hoping. The Sharku's Wargs one is really fun. Probably at mid to small points. Although someone here in our community is going to run them at 1,000, which is going to be amazing. So many doggos. And then we've got the scouts one, right? The Ugluk Scouts is awesome. I love that Legion. Super fun. But the Defenders of Helm's Deep one's just a bit bland, in my opinion. Needed a bit more spice. But yeah, so you definitely don't need those at all. Armies book and rulebook is all you really need. And then just get painting some models. We're going to be painting Uruk-hai warriors next week, Thomas Marshall, next fortnight. So if you want to score yourself a squad, to be in the draw to have them as your official sponsor, might be worth becoming a Patreon. But yeah, Uruk-hai next. We'll do a painting tutorial on them. If you're looking for some alternate guides, Buck and Duck just did Uruk-hai, so make sure you check his out as well. He's got a lovely little paint job for them. Yeah, exciting stuff. I've got lots of people talking about Uruk-hai. Sorry, sorry, Steve. Top Table Gaming / GBHL, Steve. You're not GBHL anymore. You got your own. You're king of Top Table now. You're my TTG boy, and I wanted my GBHL demo, and he's not here, so he's gonna get a talking to, a stern talking to. But the War in Rohan scenarios are awesome for like playing with Isengard, and you will have a ball. So I mean, honestly, you probably should look at getting that as well. But it's not essential if you're just looking at matched play. But scenarios are a great way to start. All right, let's leap back to Frodo and close all our paint pots. What appalling painting etiquette. So our green is finished. Where's the Dark Angel's green? There it is. Let's move all of these back where they are so I can be a little bit more organised. Let's have a look at our navy. Now that is going quite well. It's probably a little light, so I am going to give that a wash with some Nuln Oil. But I won't do that yet because I'll do that when I do my silver. So let's whack down our silver detailing now. We want to... Oh, we're going to have a silver chain. You know what? I think it's time to pull the pin on the cream. We're going to do the cream. So we're going to grab some khaki. The reason I'm doing this first... Let's shake that a little more because khaki is a bit tricky sometimes. Reason I'm doing this first is because I would rather have this base colour down before I'm doing the silver chain over the top rather than trying to avoid painting the silver chain, which you guys can see clasped in his hand just here. I would rather do that. I would rather paint this layer without having to avoid that. So we're just going to dive in with a little bit of beige. This is khaki from Vallejo, very similar to Commando khaki, and I think, which is the old Games Workshop name for those of you from my era, and the new paint name I believe is, and correct me if I'm wrong, probably Steve. Xandri Dust, I think, is Commando Khaki's equivalent. Ushabti Bone is the new Bleach Bone, I remember that. We say new, I mean, they've been around for a while now, I'm just stuck in my ways. Geez, that looks great. Nice little, it's quite a good cream. Won't have to do too much to that. We'll do a little bit of a highlight. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm going to do. Okay. That looks fantastic. I'm actually really stoked on that. So what we'll do is, rather than... I was going to do some highlighting with Bone White. I'll keep that out for our elf flesh. But what I'm going to do is actually grab one of my dry paints, which is Terminator Stone. Un momento. Where are you, Terminators? Here somewhere. Oh man. I have so many paints. Okay, Terminator Stone. Now this is a dry paint. It's very similar to our bleached bone, or our... Yes, look at this bad boy. The old school bleached bone. I'm just going to grab it out to show you the colour. So it's a little bit whiter than bleached bone. It's more... I mean... Yeah, it's sort of... It's a bit wider than bleach bone, and it's quite a bit wider than khaki. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to do like an overbrushing highlight with this dry paint, because there's, once again, less moisture in this paint because it's designed for dry brushing. So this is just a little subtle layer to just give the raised areas a little kick. And look, it's very, very subtle, and it just looks absolutely awesome. Might let that dry just a little bit more. No, we'll go in. It's just to give like the edges of the loincloth, and there's like some nice folds there that could do with a bit of detail. There we go. It just gives it a little bit of pop. And now that there's more contrast in there, we can still wash it back, but the kind of highlights and stuff will be preserved. So that's going to look good. I'll wash that brush up. So that's our bone coming along. Now I'm going to do our silver. So I'm going to grab our lead belcher. And, hey, Damo has arrived. Okay, Damo, I'll stop scolding you for being absent. Welcome, welcome. We're halfway through painting our little Frodo here. He's coming along nicely. We're going for a green cloak, some blue navy pants, which are going to be washed down a little bit later, as well as some red red pants, red jacket, sorry. And then we're also working on some Ringwraiths before we dive into the hedges, which I know is what you're waiting for, Damo. Now, an absolute legend has just joined the chat. The famous George Costello. Hey, Georgie. How you going, my lad? Hope you're doing well. We're gonna dive on into our silver layer for Mr. Frodo. Now, where is my fine detail brush? I'm going to start with fine detail because we're going to start with the... I've lied to you all. I'm going to start with my medium layer brush. I'm going to drag out a little bit of my lead belcher on the palette because we need to thin this bad boy, particularly for Sting, who's got some important little detail there. So obviously he's got his lovely, lovely little insignia, which we will try and do something special with a bit later. I'll see if I can make something cool. We're looking for a bit of a blue shimmer on this blade. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to just highlight this lead belcher all over it. Now I'm going to swap to my layer brush. I'm going to highlight the chain, which is very delicately grasped in Frodo's hand. See if I can really show you guys that. Don't know how well the focus will be on this bit, but I hope you can see something. Okay, the chain is now silver. Now, while I've got the lead belcher out, let's leap on back to our lovely wraiths. Now, I don't know, but it might be time to grab some Lamian medium. Let's see if this paint's going to be too thick. And we're going to hit everything on the wraith that's metal. Now, basically, everything that's currently unpainted is going to be metal. So we've got the sword, we've got the sword hilt, we've got the metal gloves. Yeah, it's going to be pretty much. I mean, these guys are made of cloth and iron and evil spirit. Conveniently, we don't have to paint the evil spirit, which is good because it's a tricky paint job, the old evil spirit. So we can just go to town on the gloves and the metal work. We're going to be doing a slightly different approach with the Ringwraith metal work than the Frodo metal. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab a bit more of this lead belcher out, and I'm going to thin it just ever so slightly with a little bit of Lamian, because its flow rate is just not what I'm after at the moment. Let me grab my Lamian medium. Contrast medium. Where's Lamian? So, for those of you who aren't familiar with Lamian medium, we've got... Lamian medium is essentially paint with no pigment. Paint is made up of pigment and its binding agent, its glue agent, its solvent, and Lamian medium is paint without the color. So what you can do in here is dilute paint with a bit of this stuff, and you don't change its physical properties, you don't change its bonding, you don't change any of the stuff that makes it behave like you're used to, but you can change the color. But what we want to do is the kind of benefit of that is when you've got really thick, gloopy pigment that's like too much pigment and not enough flow, you can thin it out with a bit of Lamian medium. You need to be careful when you're thinning metallics because of the way the metallics work with their like metallic flakes. Sometimes if you thin them too much, the flakes disperse and they don't look appropriate. They don't look right. So just make sure you don't over thin it. I mean, this is fine and it's totally workable. I would probably say that this is potentially a little over-thinned, but the benefit is it's so easy to apply. You can sometimes, I mean, you guys probably won't be able to tell from there, but there's a little bit of flake separation happening. You'll see it, yeah, look, as soon as I go down on pure. So the easy way to do that is just grab a little bit more lead belcher on the brush, load into the thinned element, and then pull from that on the wet palette so that you're essentially remixing. Oh, that's much better. Because you don't want thick paint, but we also don't want it to take forever. It's the other downside of thick paint. Oh, these are looking really nice. I love these Ringwraith models. The only bit that is not the most well detailed is this dude's hand for some reason. Everything else is really lovely. I don't even know, that might be some damage actually. It's a second-hand model. Make sure you get up underneath the hand guard. I've still got a little bit of wet contrast there, so just got to be careful. And just make sure your layers aren't too thick, because we don't want to obscure the nice sharp edge of the blade. Alright, that's Ringwraith number 2. 2 to go. George has discovered that he is famous in the chat. George, they might know you from the video. So for those of you who aren't aware of the incredibly talented, amazing George Costello, he is a gentleman from New Zealand who was at the New Zealand Hobbit League final and is currently the holder of the incredible title of my favourite game of all time. He's an awesome opponent. I was bringing Riders of Theoden. With the full shebang, right? 800 points. We're talking all 7 named heroes. You know, best list in the game currently, in my opinion. I like to say that because people get their jimmies rustled, but it's a very, very good list. And it has one particularly hard counter, and that is Mirkwood. Mirkwood is great for it because lots of fight 6 spread everywhere, lots of fight 5. You're better at the fight when the cavalry get there. Even when I get the charge, if you use your ranks right, you're getting just as many attacks as me. So it's a really difficult match. And then of course there's that Nature's Wrath from Thranduil, which just adds a little bit of spice as well. Which can be quite brutal. And so going into the game, I was like, whoa, this is going to be a really tough game. And George and I were talking about it, and I was explaining why it was so difficult and chatting about tactics. And it was one of those games where, and you don't play many of them, we're in the middle of a tournament. I'm currently in first place, he's currently in second. So we're on top table. We're both, I think I was lossless at that period, and George might have lost. No, George was lossless as well. So we were both, killing it in terms of our tournament placing, and it was game 3, so it was right in the thick of the tournament. And the whole time during the game, we were like discussing tactics and assessing each other's decisions. George was like, "Oh, I'm gonna do this, Lockie. I think I'm gonna cast Nature's Wrath like this, but I might do it another way. But I tell you what, I'm gonna do it, and then give me your feedback." And then he cast Nature's Wrath, and then for about 10 minutes afterwards, we chatted about whether or not that was the best time to use it. In the middle of the game. It was great. We were constantly sort of discussing our tactics quite openly and sort of being as crystal clear and transparent as we could with our tactics, because we sort of wanted to play the best game that we both could possible and see who would come out on top. And it was so fun. And I just had a ball. I ended up getting the win. George had me on the ropes. 2 turns left, I was like, this game is over, I'm screwed. And then I managed to set up, I think over the course of 2 turns, I set up 2 heroic combat slingshots involving 3 or 4 heroes, and managed to just totally turn the game around. It was nuts, absolutely nuts. I managed to fly up one flank with Aemma. I killed some horsemen and basically did a huge slingshot that enabled me to move over 30 inches in the space of 2 turns, and because of that, managed to take control of an objective because we were playing domination. I managed to get some more kills, which got me the break, and then I also cleared and contested another objective in the center where I thought everything was going to die, and keep Thranduil and all his boys away from another objective that was in the center. And it ended up being like 9-3 or something. Correct me if I'm wrong, George. I can't remember. But it was like the closest game, and I should have lost. I managed to totally clutch it at the end, and it was just it was really, really fun experience to play. So it's really cool when you have games like that, where even in the most competitive event, not that New Zealand Hobbit League is the most competitive event, but even in a competitive event, when you've got two opponents of like mind, you can still have a really good, fun game that's really competitive, where you both just want to play the best you can, and you don't want to win by, someone forgetting a rule or having some advantage that person didn't realize. You want, I want you to play your best game and I want to play my best game, and then let's have a beer afterwards and talk about it. And full credit to George, he did have a beer afterwards. He had many, many beers afterwards. In fact, on the Saturday night, he didn't go to sleep. He stayed out all night. I went home at 3 a.m. and he stayed out all night and then went on to win the bloody tournament. On no sleep, he played another 3 games on Sunday and won all of them. It was just amazing. So it turns out that I ended up coming third because I choked in my game on Sunday morning. I was so tired. Brendan Hare got me. I made a couple of really dumb blunders. I made one blunder that got Dernhelm killed. And then I was so tired, I kept forgetting how many points of might his heroes had. And so I'd do things not expecting him to be able to countercall. And then he'd be like, countercall or spend points to wound. And I'd be like, what? Crap. So anyway, should have won that game against Brendo, but he played really well. And I was super friggin' tired. And George was like, I don't care, I haven't slept, and just wins the tournament. It was great. What's Georgie say? The only thing that kept me in the game is Lockie forgetting it was 3 inches, which worked in my benefit. I'm assuming, yeah, Nature's Wrath. I kept thinking it was a 6-inch bubble, so I was hiding from Thranduil unnecessarily. And what I did do was, expecting there to be a 6-inch Nature's Wrath, I had heroes in position to resist. And what George really cleverly did was he dived into this little hole in the middle of my lines, and Nature's Wrath, where I couldn't resist with any heroes. And because of that, George, was it 4 Royal Guard? I think he knocked 4 Royal Guard off horse, resulting in one of them dying from that wound, and the other 3, of course, losing their horses. And because of that, they then just got overwhelmed by Thranduil and the dudes in the center. So it's interesting. Like, Nature's Wrath, yes, it has a smaller area of effect, but enables less people to be able to resist it, which means you can be more targeted with it. It's really good. All right, we're nearly done with these silver guys. Sorry, I forgot about the feet of the Ringwraiths, which are somewhat important. They are wearing iron shoes, after all. That's him done. And one last bit of lead belcher on this guy. Make sure you keep it off the cloth, of course, because we don't want to have to repaint that. Now, I did actually notice there was one little region where I had missed with the Black Templar contrast, and this can happen. I'll show you guys. Up underneath this first model. So you just got to be really careful with all the folds in the cloak, right? You got to be super careful. Super careful. It's very, very easy to miss things in all the folds. Let me grab my Black Templar contrast again. Now, luckily, because it is underneath the folds, it's going to be... Where's my Black Templar contrast gone? Oh, it's over here. It's going to be very easy to fix without kind of messing up or having to apply an entire layer. So I'm quite happy to just throw a bit of contrast in there, and it's not going to damage anything too badly. Now, in terms of these Ringwraiths, I don't actually think the black cloth needs another layer. I'm happy with that. For quick and dirty Ringwraiths, they're going to look great on the table for our game. I think they're perfectly adequate. What we will do, though, is we will come back and wash the steel and get that looking rusty. Now, guys, I can't remember. Yes, Nature's Wrath is now a scalpel. Couldn't agree more, Dan. That's an awesome analogy. Nature's Wrath before, sledgehammer. Nature's Wrath now, scalpel. Still lethal, but more targeted. Yes, Ken Yoyama, note to self, drink more beers. I think that's a very adequate theory, or at least that's what George would say. So, boys, talk to me. Frodo's sword sting. Is the crossbar and pommel gold? I know it's got timber handle detailing, but I can't remember if that crossbar is gold. Is there a burgundy paint in the contrast range? Yes, yes there is. JW, I believe it's... I mean, Flesh Tearer's Red isn't quite burgundy, but it's in that sphere. I'm using Flesh Tearer's Red because it's going to work quite well for Blood Ravens down the track. Morning to Matty B. Welcome, dude. Hello, Lewis from Spain. Glad you're enjoying them, and thanks for joining us on the stream. We've got... Yeah, I'd say Flesh Tearer's Red, but have a look at the full swathe of reds. In fact, what I'll do is I'll update the stream at the end of the video to show you a chart that someone posted on Imager with all the paints, all the contrast paints painted over different base coats, so you can see how they all work. Damo has said, not gold, all silver. Okay, awesome. We will whip on over and put some more silver on the pommel, which I left grey because I thought it was gold. And then just something in my mind said, that's not right. So let's just quickly do the crossbar. Just gonna use my fine detail brush for that. Come on. Don't worry about getting stuff on the hands. Well, actually, it is kind of easier if you keep it off the hands, because then we don't have to worry about the thickness, if there's any translucency in the layer for the flesh. So there you go. There's my one actual advice is leave. Cool. All right, so that is the silver done on the base coat. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab some Stormhost silver, which is the old school mithril silver. Now I'm going to show you guys this, and we'll have a look. This paint separates like crazy. This needs agitators so bad, but it gets watery. The flakes separate. It's really, really annoying. Yeah, Dan, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use the old Aziman blue to make a bit of a glaze to give it a slight blue tint. So, yeah, all silver I think is the way to go. And in light of that, I'm actually not going to sort of edge highlight with Stormhost silver. I'm going to layer Stormhost silver all over the blade. Now, I still want this to be thin, so I don't want to obscure that detail. But this is a really nice elven blade. And I want this to be... I'm going to just drag some of that out a bit with my... Yeah, that's looking good. Yeah, you really want to make sure that the Stormhost silver doesn't get too thick and gloopy. It probably could have been a candidate for Lamian medium, but you know, we don't want to be painting Frodo all day. So there we go. Now I've got quite a bright mithril silver sword. I'm also going to just do a little pick out on the chain to give that a little bit more pop as well, so that you can actually notice it's there. That's looking really good. And now, oh, that's looking... Frodo's coming to life now. So now, we're basically going to start getting into kind of a wash stage. Oh no, we've got one more base coat to do. Let's throw down some brown on our backpack, and there's probably a belt or two that we want to hit as well. I'm going to grab some charred brown, which is the Rhinox hide in Games Workshop, or charred brown in Vallejo. And we want to grab... what do we want to grab? We'll grab a medium brush. Charred brown or Rhinox is great because they've got a great consistency for base coating that they can go down pretty much as is. They're thick enough, but not too thick. Now, be really careful when you're working up to the green. We don't want to accidentally ruin all of our hard work there. So what I like to do is just like smash the bulk of the bag, and then sort of really carefully edge up to the region joins. This is a tricky one. Might be hard for you guys to see, but you get the principle of what I'm doing. Keep brown off the green. In theory. Alright. Grab a little bit more brown. Yeah, Stormhost is pretty good. I do quite like it. I find it separates a lot more painfully than the than Mithril Silver ever did. But I think the upside of that is the quality of the pigment and the vibrancy that you can get when it behaves is really awesome. So it's probably worth it. Alright, there's a really simple brown, which we might do a highlight with. The little brown looks quite good, actually, over the grey. It's given it a nice vibrancy, which is why I like to paint over grey rather than black. We'll still give it a wash. It will go darker with a wash, so what we might do... We'll actually just wet blend it, I think. I'm just going to grab some dark flesh tone and just hit that. I love how like all the Vallejo names are the old GW names slightly different. Like this would have been dark flesh, dark flesh tone, red gore, gory red, blood red, bloody red. Brilliant. So I'm just going to just liven this brown up a bit, so that when we wash it back, it's still a nice kind of brightness. And that will also allow us to just give ourselves a little bit of life by just doing a little bit of highlighting here and there. Like we don't have to hit everything, just kind of hit the raised areas, just basically leaving the recessed detail. There we go, nice and subtle. Little backpack, which is looking good. And when that, we might even take that to another level. I know we got the tan out. I won't wet blend that though. I'll wait for that to dry. So that is all pretty much ready for washes, except for our skin, which we'll do at the end. So we don't want too many washes bleeding. So let's grab, what do we want to Nuln oil? There'll be a couple of things. So it's actually drying pretty quick. Let's do our tan now. It's a very, very hot day here in Australia, so my paints are going quite quickly. Now what I'm going to do is the classic... Oh god, that's got paint all over it. The classic overbrush highlighting here. I'm going to grab just... I'm going to get all that moisture out of the brush for a start. Just going to grab a little bit of tan. Take a lot of it off the brush. We're just going to almost dry brush. Just picking out the odd little detail, just to give it a slight pop. Lovely. Okay, that's ready for a wash. We'll wait for that guy to dry. Let's dive on into our Ringwraiths. I'll come back over to chat for a sec while that dries. Yeah, so it's got a little swirl on it, which I'm not sure. We'll have a look at the swirl on how we go. We'll give it a nice blue wash and then maybe pick that swirl back out with Mithril Silver. We'll see how we go. But it's gonna be interesting. If Yuppie Scum says I've been painting Blood Angels too, I might have said Blood Angels. I meant Blood Ravens, which I can't even. Are they a successor chapter? I can't remember. I don't think they're a successor to the Blood Angels. They might be. So, Blood Ravens are, of course, the Dawn of War from the old Dawn of War 1? Are they in 2? I think they're in 2 as well. Blood Ravens. From Dawn of War. So they're my Marine faction that I'm going to dive into at some point, just because I love the paint scheme, and I've got thousands of points of Marines that could easily be repainted to look awesome and not my 14-year-old paint job. Of course, tactical Marines aren't, I don't know, it's probably all about Primaris these days, but who knows? This model of Frodo surely doesn't have Sting yet. Yeah, I'm noticing this, SJB Land. He's got Sting, and I'm also pretty sure he's got an elven brooch on his cloak, so I think it's meant to be like a universal fellowship sting that can be used anywhere during it. We'll see. Yes, Yuppie Scum. George says Hamilton has a great scene and that he can put you in contact with those guys. The Hamilton scene is awesome. Josiah and Julia, the king and queen of Hamilton, are absolute legends. They stayed at my house a couple of weeks ago for Ardor Unleashed. They're two of my favorite people on the planet. They're awesome guys. The Hamilton scene in New Zealand is fantastic. How many New Zealand guys have we got watching? Actually, where is everyone from who's currently watching? Have we still got many of the UK and Europers, or have they all gone off to bed? We've still got 77 of you, so there must be a few. in the middle of painting a Thunderhawk assault, Thunderhawk transport and all the assault troops, says Yuppie Scum. That's awesome. I'd love to do a Thunderhawk on one day, do some vehicles. So, Aaron's got a really interesting question, which I am uniquely qualified to answer. A Rohan question, if I may. In a 750-point list, non-legendary legion, what would you take? Well, I'd take the legendary legion. Don't know why you wouldn't. What's your Damo's still awake. Aaron from the UK still awake. Norway, Wellington, of course, Declan. London, UK. Lots of UK. Fantastic. Awesome. Yuppie from Christchurch, of course. Yes, yeah. Damon says this was the original Fellowship of the Ring sculpt. Exactly. So it's meant to represent him any time from Armonhen to Rivendell. This isn't the Armonhen. This isn't the Weathertop sculpt. Poland, Bristol, the US. Hey, Ken. Ireland, it is getting late over there, Darren, I bet. UK, still awake, less kicking, says Jill Monroe. Fair, that's fair. Jesus, lots of UK and Ireland. One German still here, Mr. Daniel. Oh, Jesus, Steve, go to bed. 5:30 alarm, dude. You got to go to sleep, man. Awesome. Lots and lots of you here. So, yes, Aaron, your question. Why not the Legendary Legion is my question. The Legendary Legion, the only thing you can't take in it is Erkenbrand, and Outriders from like your basic Rohan, and Harmer, why you'd ever take Harmer. It's not worth taking Erkenbrand over choosing the Legendary Legion in terms of competitive stance, but perhaps you really like Erkenbrand, which is fair. Awesome character and a really fun profile too. Used to be an auto pick in the old edition, and he's still great value for points. Oh, here we go. It's a gaming campaign, and we can't take Legendary Legions, unfortunately, and so no army bonuses and benefits other than their usual. So you're not even getting the +1 strength on the charge. No army bonus. Very interesting. In that case, you're still going to want Theoden, because Theoden's your buff machine. He still gives you the Fight 4 and Fight 5 across Riders and Royal Guard. If you're not taking the Legendary Legion... can't take Theodred as well. Good call, Declan. Sorry. All the real heroes. If you're not taking so you've got you can take Erkenbrand at that point, and if you're not going for the Legendary Legion, then you don't have to go hero spam. Essentially, there's always two ways to play Rohan. This is very simplified, but you either go hero heavy, you take Gamling's Banner, and you cram as many heroes into the list, particularly Durmhelm, so that you're refreshing as many might points as possible, and you go every hero you can fit. So I would take, in that list, I would take Theoden, Aemma, Durmhelm, Gamling, Daewine, Erkenbrand, Theodred, as many of those as you can jam in, and then you probably want maybe 10 or 12 Royal Guard. That's option one, going elite, small, maximizing. Because you don't have the death special rule, you might want a few more troops because you won't have as much brutal killing power as quickly. See you later, Alan. Thanks so much for joining us. Obviously, that's the whole gist of the Riders of Theoden Legendary Legion, is that you can have a couple of turns where you dominate. I killed 105 Dunlendings in 3 turns with my Legendary Legion at a 1,000 point army. Larissa Rachel's watching from next door. Oh, that's cool. That's really nice. Nice to know you're awake. The Legendary Legion, small and elite, is brutal. Now, because you lose that, because you don't have that bonus, and you don't have the +1 strength charge, you're not going to be as able to annihilate. So your heroes are going to have to do more heavy lifting. Theodred rerolling wounds is good. Aeom is great. So maybe take a few more troops. Maybe instead of 7 heroes, go 6 heroes and 15 Royal Guard. That's how I'd play small and elite. And then the other way is to take 2 or 3 heroes and go for bow spam and skirmish as much as possible. Lots of throwing spears still, but lots and lots of riders and maximum bow spam is the other way to go. So at that point, I'd still take Theoden. I probably wouldn't bother with Gamling because you're not going to have the heroes to synergize that. Plus, they might not be that close together. And then it's just who else do you take alongside that? Probably, Erkenbrand's a great choice for bow spam because you get the courage buff because you've got less bodyguard. And then you might want someone really killy. Durmhelm, if you're low on points. Aemma's great too. So lots of options there. Basically, pick which way you want to play. Royal Guard, hero heavy, or Erkenbrand, bow spam, and sort of go from there. That would be my suggestions for non-Legendary Legion, non-army bonus Rohan. Very specific, but cool question. Alright, let's have a look at our Frodo. Let's smash this guy out. He's almost done. We're going to dive into some washes. We're going to grab some Nuln Oil first. We're going to grab a big juicy brush. Here we go. And we're going to go for pure Nuln Oil. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to hit all of the Ringwraith blades, which is not Frodo, which I said I was doing, but we'll do this first. Just get a nice coating of Nuln Oil all over the wraiths. We really want to make sure we pick out the finger detailing, and that's what Nuln Oil is all about. Recessed detail makes the fingers absolutely pop. Don't forget the boots, because they've got some really cool detailing on them as well. Beautiful, that's number one, looking great. Now honestly, these Ringwraiths, we'll probably just leave these here today, but you could go more crazy. You could put some Typhus Corrosion on their blades to make them look all gnarly like we did with the Goblin Warriors. But I quite like their armor being like pretty functional and not too rusted up, because they would have... They're gross Mordor evil weapons, but they'd still be in good condition. So we're just going to have a little bit of shade on them to give them a steely definition. I'm not going to give them any glinting highlights. Keep it simple. They're still pretty dark metal and evil Sauron-y metal. But you could do a Mithril Silver pass if you just wanted to make some of the edge highlights pop. But, you know, in the interest of not sitting here edge highlighting 4 Ringwraith blades for half an hour, we'll leave those for today. That's probably what I'll do later on. The Nuln Oil is your absolute workhorse layer for making the badly sculpted finger joins pop. But most of them are actually pretty good. Might even just be my cast that's not great on this one particular. That guy looks great. And Ringwraith number 4. He's the one with the who's like holding a very small sword. I don't know what happened to his sword, man. He's got like a dagger for some reason. It's a short sword. Must be from a weird place in Middle Earth where they use lots of short swords. Alrighty-o. Looking good, and we'll chuck that on his feet as well. So that's the Ringwraiths themselves done. I'll still need to do their base at some point, but they're coming along very nicely. Now, interestingly enough, I've just seen another couple of small little Black Templar, maybe not mistakes, they might be overpoolings. If we have a look up here, you can just see there's a tiny bit there where there's nothing there. Now, that's on a ridge, so that I might have mispainting that, or that might have been a separation issue. So I'll grab another little bit of Black Templar, and this is going to be tricky. Blending this, let's have a look. Let's have a look. We're going to be really careful where we apply it. I don't want to apply too much, but I don't want to, because I don't want to repaint a whole region, but I don't want to have any obvious lines. So there we go. That should repair that shoulder. That should separate nicely when it dries. And then there was one more just here on the wrist I noticed of this one. I think that one is me missing it. I will just blend it down. There we go. Okie dokie. So that should, bar basing, that's our Ringwraiths looking fantastic. We'll throw those guys out of the way. No problem, Aaron. I hope it helps. If you have any other questions, chuck a couple of posts up on the Zorpazorp community Facebook page. Always happy to chat about Rohan. So, Miguel, this episode is about Frodo and the Ringwraiths. Yes, we've almost finished painting our Frodo. We've just done the Ringwraiths. They just have to be based. It's all coming along. Then we're going to make some hedges. Then we're going to do a big interactive battle report where you guys are going to get to control Ringwraiths and Frodo and Aragorn and see who does well. Yuppies asked an interesting question. Have you done much work with oil washers? I have, actually. I use them on occasion. The only one I do is I sometimes will paint a model, everything except the wash stage, and then I'll hit it with a gloss varnish, and then I will use a black oil enamel pin wash, and then wash all of that just because sometimes the way that you can control and clean up. Essentially, the great thing about oil washes is you oil wash the whole model, and then you come back with oil thinner, and you can use a cotton bud to pull the wash off particular surfaces. And because you've glossed the model underneath, you won't damage the original paint job. So it allows you to spend, like, an hour applying a wash and really working with the shading and getting it perfect. So on big important pieces, I often do that, but I haven't done it for ages, to be honest, because I just want to paint stuff quick these days. But oil washes are great. Obviously, what you then have to do is wait for that to fully dry, like 3 days, and then matte varnish it. And then it all goes beautiful. But enamel washes and oil washes, very, very useful indeed. Okay, so that is our silver done on the Ringwraiths. Now we're going to do the silver on Frodo. We're going to apply a little bit of Nuln oil, which I just had out and put away. There we go. We'll put a little bit of Nuln oil on I'm gonna Nuln oil the navy trousers to start. We'll just push those back a little bit, as well as giving them a little bit of contrast as well, a little bit of the toning. I'm also going to drop Nuln oil on the brown bag to give that a bit of shading. Oh, that looks really nice. Quite like that brown backpack. That's turned out pretty well. And I'm also, make sure I've got all of those blue things, I'm also going to get my fine detail brush and just drop a little bit of Nuln oil on the ring chain to help the sort of, just give all of the rings a little bit of definition. Take a little bit more. Alright. I might just chuck a little bit of Nuln oil on the hilt and the pommel as well of Sting. And then, while we're doing Sting, we're going to grab some Azure Blue. Now, this is one of the old Citadel washes, so I don't know what to use now if you don't have that. But it's an awesome old school wash, and I'm wondering if this is going to be able to go down neat, or if I'm going to have to make this into a glaze. What I'm going to do is I'm going to work on the model for this, which is a little crazy. I'm going to drop a little bit of it on neat. I'd say that's too strong, so now what I'll do is I will wash this brush up very well, and then I'm going to dip it into my Lamian medium, and I'll bring a bit of medium onto the sword and mix it with the sword on the model to give it a little bit of a blue tint. Just a little subtle blue tint. Now I think it... Oh, see, I don't think it is too subtle. I think that's probably just right. I don't know, I could probably do with a little bit more so that it's obvious enough. Just grab a little bit of Azure Blue again. Come back in. Yeah, let's make it read. Yeah, that's nice. Just a little bit of a blue glint to the blade. You know what? The stronger it is, I can just re-highlight the blade to push it back. Yeah, I'm quite happy with that. Just a little bit of a blue glint. Alright, blade's coming along. We also, I shouldn't have put the Nuln oil away, I'm also going to Nuln oil the red fabric just to push that back a little bit, because it is a bit bright, and we were looking for a more kind of a dull red. I was going to Agrax it to make it go brown, but I actually really like the red now, so become attached to it. What a surprise, Lockie liked something that was painted red. One of my favourite miniature model colours. Make sure you keep the Nuln oil off the cream, that's big. Don't want any Nuln oil in there. Alright, this Frodo's looking pretty sweet. We are going to grab ourselves some Agrax Earthshade. And we're going to just give the... I'm just going to give the cream shirt a little bit of a tone. I have a feeling straight Agrax might be too strong. I'm going to drop a little bit on there. This is the kind of stupid stuff you do when you're painting one tiny model. Like normally I just mix up a glaze, but I just can't be bothered putting it in the wet palette when I'm, you know, literally painting one shirt that's about 3mm square. So that Agrax is a little bit strong, so I'll just come in with a little bit of Lamian medium to soften that and push it around. And that has just given the cream shirt just a little bit of definition. We might even split the difference and just add a tiny bit more Agrax. Just pull a little bit into the brush. There you go. Oh, that's great. So now there's some real nice shade in that recessed detail. The shades really start to bring all the fabric layers together. We've got that lovely cloth, the brown, the red, the blue, the beige. Actually really liking this. We'll leave Sting there for now, but we might give him another highlight or something. So now it's time to do the hair. Frodo's got quite dark brown hair. So we're going to go back to our charred brown, which is already on the palette. And I'm going to drop that all over his hair. This is the downside of having stuff on the wet palette. Sometimes when you need paint to have a thick base application, it's been beautifully thinned by the presence of water on the palette. Drakenhof Nightshade is the new blue wash. Thank you. Thank you, Yuppie. That's really handy. Larissa, yes, I only fed the cats biscuits, so you want to give them some tin. Yeah, I haven't played with the new blue wash, but I used to love Azimuth Blue. Really handy for doing like Dol Amroth stuff and yeah, lots of uses. And I was lucky enough to have an old pot of it left. I think it's Jackson's pot actually, because I ended up with most of his paints as well. Alright, there's our hair. Obviously that is too light for Frodo Baggins, but obviously we're going to wash that and darken it up. So we just want to make sure that we get a nice coverage everywhere, particularly on the highlights, because that will become the highlight. And now it is skin tone time, guys. I am so happy with how this Frodo's turning out. We're going to grab ourselves some Kislev flesh, and we're going to put the layer paint straight down, just like we talked about. Because we're going over a light primer, we don't need to worry about putting down a base layer for the skin, which is awesome because it saves us a hell of a lot of time. So we're just going to come in. First thing we're going to do is properly thin the paint, though, Lockie. And we're going to put down some lovely Kislev flesh all over our hobbit. Be careful not to get it on the navy pants. That's the last thing we want at this stage, is to have to go and clean up pants. So just take your time when you're painting the right close to the other layers. Same thing, don't accidentally be a bit too vigorous and flick up onto the bottom of the cloak. I do that so many times when I'm trying to rush painting shoes or hobbit feet in this instance. Oh, like that. That's exactly what I just talked about. Alright, here you go. Here's how you cleaned up. Get a bit of water on the brush. Just work back and forth over the top of it. There you go. All gone. Stupid Lucky. Okay. Alright, that is the foot done. We just need to make sure I get that shin that goes up into the navy pants. This is a tricky little area. In under there. Alright, now the really obvious ones to screw up. The hands and the face. So let's work on this face that's holding the ring first. Lots of layers to avoid here. But yeah, I mean, look, there's lots of arguments for whether or not you paint skin first or last. I just hate painting it, so I don't want to ever have to make a mistake and repaint it, because it's definitely my weakest skill is my skin painting. So that's why I do it last. That's literally all there is, the thought that goes into it. Now that ink there is still wet on the blade, so I'm not going to be able to paint that hand yet. We'll do the face for now. You want to make sure you get the neck all the way through, and you don't want to apply too thickly. Frodo's got some really delicate facial features that read really nicely. So you don't want to accidentally cover them up with paint that's way too thick. Okay. Got enough skin up under the hairline. Let's have a look at this. I'm going to wick away that excess oil that has washed down over the top of the skin so that we can get going. Yep, there we go. And come in with our flesh color. Obviously there's the handle which we want to avoid. We just want to get the fingers and the thumb. Pretty happy with that. Alright, there's our fleshy base tone. So now we're going to let that dry completely before we come back and do Kislev, so we just did Kislev flesh. Before we do our Reikland flesh shade and then our elf flesh shade highlight. This guy's looking awesome, man. I really don't want to give this guy away. My cute little Frodo. But I will. It's fine. I won't change. I won't go back on my word. The secret to painting hobbits, to not skin them first. Very good, Charlie. Very good. Thanks for watching, Mikey. Have a good night. Aaron says, I love how Larissa can use this platform to ask the most simple but most important questions. Indeed, indeed. What is the new Games Workshop color equivalent for that hair? So I'm painting with charred brown there. It's just quite light because I've thinned it down. But that is actually charred brown turns to Rhinox hide. Yes, Rhinox hide from Games Workshop. Miguel says, I usually use Drakenhof Nightshade on blue orc skin. That's a great idea. That's a really great idea. Thanks for coming to watch, Glenn. We're still going to be here for a few hours yet, so you've come in right at the right time. Yuppie says he's going to be oil washing 40 assault marines this week. I'm guessing they're to be leaping out of the Thunderhawk. I've just done a few testers, and it's such a great way to create contrast. It totally is. I've also just realized that after saying I was going to pick my glasses up and put them on about an hour and a half ago, I've been painting this entire time without my glasses, and I'm wondering why I can't see very much. My God, that's better. Okay, so what we're going to do is I think I'm going to base the pesky Ringwraiths now to match them. No, I must admit this is something I haven't planned. How will we base them? Let's have a look at them. Move our wet palette, bring them back over. I've got my old school basing style on the first Ringwraith, so I'll probably rebase him to match whatever I do with these guys. I mean, these Ringwraiths are chasing the hobbits. I mean, that's pretty much what this army is always going to be, Ringwraiths chasing the hobbits, even when I'm running all 9. That'll be the theme, is the flight to the ford. So I think we might just do a simple flocking scheme, probably the same as Frodo, actually, so I might just start getting them ready. So let's just grab ourselves some charred brown, as we were just talking about. I'm going to use it, not from the wet palette, though. I'm going to use it from a dry palette, which is going to be my bench here, because I don't want any moisture in the paint, because I don't want it to thin. I want it nice and thick for applying over this white, so that I don't have to do as many coats, and, you know, it doesn't matter. It's getting all based anyway. So we just want it nice, looking nice and smooth on the rim, because that's the only bit we're going to see, really. Beautiful. And then I'm just going to go in, underneath, and get rid of all the white, the grey. You can do this by sort of applying pressure to flatten the bristles of your brush, and you can work side to side, and that way you're never going to accidentally hit the model, because it makes the brush profile really thin. Wow, look how brightly coloured this charred brown is when it's painted over grey. So different to when it's painted over black. Must be quite a bit of translucent pigment, or translucent constituents, like a lower pigment ratio than I thought. Okay, that's our first brown. It looks quite like Scorched Brown when it's over grey, actually. I always thought it was a bit darker than Scorched. And it is slightly tonally different as well. What did I just do with my paint? There we go. That was a lot of brown paint, Lockie. Probably too much. Now there's a couple of these wraiths, and their cloak is touching the base itself, so yeah, just be careful with them. It's really important to have a low profile brush as you move up to them so that your brush doesn't slide up the model. Great, that's another one browned. Oh, who's playing? We've got a very important comment from GBHL Damien. He says, I'm currently flipping between the stream and the Australian Open as I flip between working through emails and painting random bases. Such great content keeping out of Oz to keep me going. I must ask for score updates, please. Who's playing? All I know is I was following up until round 1, and I knew that Nadal, Federer, and Djokovic and Raonic all got through, and I haven't followed since for like 3 days. So I don't know what's happening. Should be interesting to find out. Hopefully the Fed Express made it through. He's a big favourite in this household. I'm sure Damo will update us in just a second. Did the Art of Final ever get put up? No, unfortunately, I didn't get to edit it in time before I went on leave, so that'll be up in the first week of February, just like the Rohan House video. That's a big battle report. There's a lot of stuff that's going to go into it. Plus, I'm going to use the upload of it to launch ticket sales for 2021. So it's didn't need to go up yet anyway, but it will be up soon. Fear not. It was an absolute cracker of a game between Kylie and Josh. Was pretty close most of the game, and then blew out at the end a little bit in favor of one player. But yeah, it was a good game. Really good game. Alright, that's Ringwraith number 3. What I will do, I think, is I might just do Frodo's brown base now as well, so we're not having to repeat this step. This is going to be a record for how many models we've painted on the stream, guys. 5. No, yeah, 5. I can count. See, I said it was a lot of paint, but... Okay, all my favorites are still in. Good. Couldn't remember. Okay, yeah, here we go. This is going to look good. So yeah, we'll do some nice Shire style basing. We'll get just some flock mostly with a tiny bit of gravel, more large stones than anything rather than small gravel. We'll let the small element of the scale be the flock. Now I'll just check, is any of this wet or can I pick this model up? No, I should be able to hold Frodo now. That would be the last thing I want to do. One of the great things about having a really small diminutive Frodo is that we can go pretty cool. We can get lots of stuff on his base. But you need to strike a balance, because you don't want to put too much on there and then not see poor Frodo. So you want to use small tufts, 6mm tufts probably, rather than 10mm. So I'll have to make sure. I don't know if I've got any 6mm flowers up here, actually. They might all be 10s. Oh no, I've got some daffodil 6mm. Oh, that could look nice. Good. 6mm tufts are the way to go. Not such a small fellow. Now, it's really important that we don't get any brown on his skin. Be really careful as you move up to the feet. So I'm just going to do this down here away from the camera, guys, so I can make sure I don't have to repaint the feet. Alrighty. And underneath, in between the feet. Alright, we have ourselves a hobbit base. Very nice. Okay, we'll let that brown dry. Now let's have a look at the Ringwraith steel. Just see if that did turn all right as it dried. We might give it a quick lazy dry brush to make it pop a little bit more, just because it is a little flat now. It's got the right color profile, but I mean, I know I said I wasn't going to bother, but we all know me. I am missing a brush. Where's my other brush? Oh, well, must be somewhere. On the floor, outside probably, where I was painting my elves last night. Oh, that's a good idea. Let's talk about elves. Do you remember what your flights to New Zealand cost? Hoping it's not too much for me to shoot across to Bris. Georgie. So, yes, George will be coming to the next Arda Unleashed. If I have to fly him over here myself. Come on, Georgie, you know you want to do it. I actually rescind that. I can't afford to pay for your flights. So you're coming from Christchurch, right? So I'm flying to Queenstown for my honeymoon. We should catch up, actually, as we come through Christchurch. I'm flying to Queenstown on my honeymoon in July, and that cost us, correct me if I'm wrong, Larissa, I think like $550. But that's in and out of Queenstown, obviously, with the bigger tax. So flying from Christchurch, the last time we flew in and out of Christchurch Airport, let me think. I've flown out of Christchurch once, and it was like $150 one way. So you're looking at $350. And then I flew into Christchurch and then out of Queenstown another time, and yeah, it was like 160, 170. So yeah, maybe allow like 350 New Zealand would be like good price flights there and back from Christchurch. But I think you can get dirt cheap ones if you get the right like the right Jetstar fares or whatever. That would be the best way to come to Arda Unleashed from New Zealand, Georgie, which I'm hoping is why you're asking if you want to shoot across to Brisbane. We'll see. So yes, right, now let's talk about these elves I was working on. Let me just whip out my drawer here. So I've been experimenting with some different elven colors and I thought I would show you guys. He says as he desperately can't find them. Oh yep, that's the two I want to look at. So I've got a bowman here as well who's coming along quite nicely. So essentially in my Fornost list, right? So in case anyone who wasn't listening to me talk it at the start of the stream, those who've just joined, my first army of the year for our first tournament that I'm going to be playing in, which is, the first one I'm planning for, BrisCon. Yeah, it's actually quite cheap, George. It's totally doable. That's why I'm in New Zealand 3 times a year, because it's like super affordable from Australia to New Zealand. So my army this year is going to be a Fornost. A Fornost kind of allied union that represents the defenders of Fornost that fell back after the Witch King claimed the capital. So like a small band of Arnor led by a captain that represents one of Arvedwi's sons. And then we've got Círdan and a band of Rivendell elves that have come from Lindon and the Grey Havens. And then with them, of course, came Ianur, the son of the king of Gondor at the time, and then eventually the last king of Gondor. And he's leading a band of Rohirrim, and he's all... not Rohirrim, sorry. He's got some Gondor forces with him, and then he's also got some Rohavanian forces with him. Of course, the men of the Vales of Anduin and over the other side of Mirkwood before they officially became Rohan and moved down and with the Cirion the Steward and Earl the Young and all that stuff. So the way I'm going to be doing that is I'm going to have a warband of Gondor. The knights are going to be Gondor, and then I'm going to have Citadel Guard mounted with bows, and then make a conversion to represent Rohavanian. And then, of course, I will have a big old batch of Rivendell led by Glorfindel. And then, there's also some Shire in there with the Arnor. So it's going to be absolutely super cool. It's for a 1,000 point escalation tournament. So essentially, it's like 5 different points levels played over 7 games. And as the points add, like different factions come and join the army. So it's super themey. I don't know how competitive it's going to be, but it's going to be very cool. So I have to develop 2 different schemes for my elves so that we can tell if they're from Rivendell or if they're from Lindon and the Grey Havens. So for the Grey Havens, I wanted something that was a lot lighter, really blues, like lean into that whole ocean vibe. So this is my work in progress at the moment. I'll show it to you guys. So this is just... actually, starting point. Here's the elf we just painted on stream the other day, which is just that classic blue and gold Second Age, battle games in Middle Earth style. And then this is what I'm looking at for cloth colors. I've gone for a really nice light sky blue, almost mauve on the cloak color. So this is just Ultramarines blue, but thinned down like 80% contrast thinner, 20% or medium, 20% the color. So it goes really nice. And then dry brush with Praxetti white. And then I've just got like a base that pure Ultramarines blue for the loincloth at the moment. But I'm going to do something else to this. I'm going to give it another highlight, maybe gray it up a little bit so it's a little more neutral. And then for Rivendell, I'm going to go for the same blue color, the Ultramarines blue color, with a really lovely green, using the same green that I painted Frodo's Frodo's cloak in. So like the green and blue combination versus the sky blue and blue. So they'll be really kind of obvious, plus they'll have heaps of banners and heraldry. The timber and woodwork might be different as well, but the armor's going to be different. So this armor is like really nice gold. So it is Retributor armor, dry brush with Mithril silver, and then washed with Agrak's Earthshade. And then ignore the colors of the cloaks on this, but this is the armor I'm working on for the Grey Havens. The cloak colors are wrong. So that is Leadbelcher, then layered with Stormhost silver, and then washed with Athonian camo shade, and then washed with a 50-50 glaze of Nuln oil and Lamian medium. So it is silver, but the greeny brown of the washes sort of pushes it into silvery gold champagne. So I really like that. I'll show you the comparison between the two armors. So yeah, I'm frothing this silver armor at the moment. I can't wait to make a whole warband of them. These are just my test models, of course, which are actually also the models that the person won on the stream. So you're going to get a whole bunch of awesome multicolored elves as I experiment. But that way they'll be more significant, so you can name them and stuff. It's going to be good. And then we're also I'm gonna have to do a whole bunch of awesome conversions for them too. So that's my vibe. What do you guys think? What do you guys think of the whole scheme for the two elves? Now, everything that I just missed. Mr. Daniel says he thinks he's going to come to the next ARDA. I plan to do a long trip of Australia and New Zealand. I want to keep it around the time of ARDA. That will be awesome, man. Well, I'll be able to tell you the dates in less than a week, probably. And the tickets will be on sale. Tickets will sell out, though. So what I would do is I would buy a ticket, and then if you don't end up planning on coming, just refund it, because they're refundable until the start of November, I believe. So you've got like 8 months to change your mind. There you go. Yuppie Scum says, I flew to Brisbane from Christchurch in July and it was $500 return with Air New Zealand. Of course, the problem was you were flying Air New Zealand. They're really lovely, but by God, they're expensive. If you don't mind Jetstar, it's so much cheaper, like $150, $200 cheaper than that as an average, I would say. Mikey5 asks, have I ever been to the States or plan on hopping over for an event, a con, or fun? I haven't been to the States. I absolutely want to come over for Nova and hang out with Devin Moreno and the DCHL guys at some point. It's probably still a few years away. My priority is trying to come to Articon. I really wanted to come this year. I don't know if I'm going to be able to afford it. Starting a fledgling, kind of business and a baby and everything all in the same year could be making it tricky. Plus I've got my honeymoon, which is a 4-week holiday to New Zealand, and that's literally like I'd be landing from New Zealand and then getting on a plane to fly to Articon for 2 weeks. So I don't know if it's going to happen in 2020, but I'm sure hoping 2020 or 2021. As for the Arnor Angmar question, I would say that we'll definitely get an Arnor Angmar supplement. It will either be, I would say it could be the next one, the small narrative one, or we could go to the dwarves and Moria and stuff next. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see which way they go. The fact that it's pulled off the store could be interpreted either way. Could be that they're getting ready to repack it and re-release it alongside a small narrative supplement, or it could be that they're rotating it out for a while, like the Far Harad stuff, and they're going to focus, on dwarves and Easterlings and Moria and maybe something there. That would be really cool. Hello, Keely. Welcome, dude. Good to see you. One of our earliest commenters. I think Keely subscribed when I had like 800 subscribers, or maybe like 1,500 or something from the early days. Welcome, dude. What was that silver scheme? So it was Leadbelcher, Stormhost Layer, Athonian Wash, and then the Nuln Oil was thinned with Lamian Medium 50/50. It's my classic Nuln Oil glaze that I use on my clone troopers. It was, I really, really liked it. So we've got an interesting suggestion from Dan Gross. He says, I've been looking at a similar-esque theme, excellent word, painted the armor a Latok blue, layered Fenrisian grey, then glazed some really light grey night steel to make it glisten blue. That's a really cool idea. I really like that. That's sort of pushing more of the blue silver than the green silver. Really cool. Could be fun to play with. Okay, so that should be everything dry. Let's finish off Frodo, who's almost done, base these guys, and then we can get into our very first scenery tutorial. So, we've got just a few things left to do on Frodo. Should swing the mic back here. I'll just have a bit of water. One sec. I just realized you guys have been listening to this entire time with no background music. That's good. Would you like some background music? Nothing like 2 hours of just my voice. That must have been a little dull. Yes, War in the North supplement. You would think so. You would think so. Hopefully very soon. Alright, so let's go back to Frodo. And we need to jump into some Reichland Flesh Shade. That's Agrax. Where's Reichland? Reichland! Too many shades, man. Alright, Reichland Flesh Shade. Make sure you give this one a really good shake because we don't want any glossy constituent separation because that will ruin our skin tone. The reason I kind of chatted about the elves and stuff, the reason we waited so long is because we really want the skin tone to be dry before we put this wash down, or it just looks absolutely terrible. It will go milky and the wash will separate and it won't do, or the wash will mix, sorry, not separate, and it will not behave properly. So we'll give this a quick wash. 360 quick wash. And we want to get it all over the feet. All over Frodo's face. His hands as well, of course. And we want that to be in the recesses, creating some lovely skinny skin tone. Skinny skin tone. Oh. Great thing about wash, of course, is when you put way too much on, you just wick it away. So recess detail, separating the fingers, separating the toes. That's looking really good. Now you can kind of leave it there if you want, or you can make Frodo a little bit more fair-skinned. Frodo is quite a fair-skinned hobbit, so I am going to do that. What I'm going to do now is wash Frodo's hair with a bit of Nuln Oil. I must have opened Nuln Oil about 20 times because I've been so inefficient with my layer planning, but that's okay. We're going to just give his hair a little wash. It is a bit dangerous doing this while I've got the Reichland Flesh Shade on, because you do not want these washes to mix and put black across his face, so just be careful. But you should be alright. Should be alright. As long as you're careful. Oh, the hair's looking perfect now. Jeez, you could literally leave him there if you wanted to. I'm going to grab my Nuln Oil as well, and I'm just going to wash the hilt and the pommel of the sword one more time, just to darken that up. I probably shouldn't have put Mithril Silver so layered on the hilt and pommel. That should have just been the blade to differentiate those elements, but that's okay, we'll survive. Okay, that's looking really good. So now we'll just wait for that wash to dry and paint that up, and then Frodo will be finished. Now let's get our basing supplies ready. The flesh tone that we're going to make is a bit of an elf flesh kind of thing, but we'll do that in a sec. We'll just give that wash plenty of time to dry. That's the tricky thing about filming these paint jobs, is sometimes there's a bit of drying time that we just can't avoid. What we can do is get ourselves ready for basing. We're going to need some basing glue. We're going to need our flock mixture. I think we'll go for... I wonder what flowers are going to look the best. Okay. That yellow is pretty bright. What are your guys' thoughts on flowers? I've got... I think the only ones I've got up here are the 6mm heather and the 6mm daffodil. All available at Zorpazorp.com, of course, if you guys want some flowers. hit us up. We got some really cool tufts. I think there's 4 colours, all up. There's like poppy, mixed, yeah, red, purple, yellow, and mixed. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, what do you guys think on flowers? I'm thinking purple because it's a bit more subtle. Yellow's really nice though. I could do maybe a mix of both. Make some tiny tufts. But we don't, because Frodo's so small. We don't want to overpopulate. I wondered why I could hear cats. Oh, can you guys hear them? Can you? Yeah, they're out there meowing. They were hungry, I think. Yeah, let me know what tufts you think. Now let's mix up our elf flesh. So what we want to do is, elf flesh is like an old school color, but essentially I just want to make a lighter flesh tone to do some subtle skin highlights. And we're going to do that. Oh, I've already got some dwarf flesh there. So I'm just going to grab some bone white, or the old bleach bone, Ushabti bone, whatever you want. Always got to qualify every color with about 3 equivalents. I've put way too much on the palette. We're never going to need that much. We're going to go probably 50-50, I reckon, to start with. No, we need more bone. We're going to go 75% bone, 25% Kislev. Give ourselves just a nice... Yeah, that's it. That's elf flesh. Beautiful. And then we're going to grab ourselves a bit of the old elf flesh and thin that out. And what we want to do is we just want to pick out the very, very kind of recessed detail. This brush is a mess. I really need better brushes. I'm going to pick out the nose. We're going to pick out the jaw. And the cheekbone. We'll pick out the fingers. There's another jaw. Of course there's another jaw. Frodo has 2 jaws. He's not a single-jawed freak. Well, I mean, I suppose 2 sides of the one jaw. I know anatomy. And then we just want a little bit of the brow. There we go, leaving half of the cheek, like the hollow of the cheek uncovered, leaving the wells of the eyes covered. I say that, but it looks like I might have got one of them, but that's okay because we will put the eyeballs in. And that's getting there. That's looking pretty good. Now what we want to do is just grab ourselves some white scar, and we're going to paint our eyeball. Oh, I have actually still need to do one more hand. What am I talking about? We need to do just a tiny bit left on this hand. Looking good. If you just spend sort of just take your time, just a couple of minutes, you can get some really nice, easy, half decent looking skin tone. I'm no pro at skin tone, but you know, I find this works and it looks really great, particularly at tabletop detail. Just put a little bit of that on the feet. You can be a bit more liberal with the highlight on the feet. So we'll probably chuck an extra wash down on the feet because they can be a little bit browner and more coarse. We just wanted that fair skin tone. Okay. Skin tone finished. Let's dive into our... Got a nice fine point on my brush now. I'm gonna grab my white scar, and we're gonna do the old eyeball, which can be a tricky one. I haven't done eyeballs yet on the stream. See if this is a terrible idea or not. So let's see if I can get one, and then I'll show you guys the process. I mean, the eyeball's the easy bit, really. It's all about the pupil. Look at that! Gets it first go. You just got to be really controlled and really careful. And I'm gonna do this for me rather than for you guys. Otherwise, we're gonna be here all day. Kind of tricky to see where his other eye is. Because of the sword. Okay, that's not too bad. We'll clean up that second one. I've taken a little bit of the brow with it, but that's pretty good. Alright, jeez, this is sizzling along now. This is going to look good. So now we want to put ourselves a little black pupil. Now this is the tricky thing. So we're going to grab ourselves some Abaddon Black, which is not here on my table, or is it? Maybe? No. I'm killing it with this paint selection today. Every time I go over to the paint drawer, the first paint I pull out is the one I'm looking for. So, a little trick for doing pupils. We're going to load up black on our brush. I'm going to grab my nail, and I'm going to make a series of dots. Oh, first of all, I'm going to shake my paint, and I'm going to get a dry brush. Alright, where were we? So, take the excess off the paint, and then I'm going to take my nail and I'm going to make a series of dots. 1, 2, 3, until the dot size that I make on my brush is like what I'm okay with for the pupil. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do it one more time. I've done it once, so I can see I've got that guide there on my nail, and then I'm going to do the exact same thing again, and I'm going to stop one dot before I'm happy with the pupil size, and then I'm going to know that the next one is going to be the right size dot. Now these brushes are, this brush is terrible. I should really get a new fine detail brush. Let's see if I can do it anyway. Look at that. Beautiful pupil. Beautiful pupil. Alright, let's go one more time. I'll probably have enough paint on there to do the second one. Don't need to reload. Again, I'm just gonna do this, guys, so it's a bit sucky for you, sorry. Man, I cannot... This bloody sword is in the worst position. Frodo with two pupils! Woo, he has a face! Just need to clean up that left eye a little bit. Alright, so let's have a look at that. I'm just going to have a look at that myself under the light. That's pretty bloody good. The left eye needs a little work, but I think that's good enough for now. I can clean that up later. Alright, we have a finished Frodo, guys. I'm pretty sure that's everything. No, it's not. The gold buttons. I told you guys to remind me. The gold buttons. The gold buttons. Alright, so I'm just going to grab a quick bit of Retributor armor and just give him a little bit of special button detail. These are meant to be brass, of course, but I want to use gold because I want them to really pop. I'm not going to use this shitty detail brush. Where's my layer brush? How is my layer brush more accurate than my detail brush? Time for new brushes, man. Okay, we want to do just a little brass button on each of the jacket collars. Dude, I'm in love with this Frodo. This is a sick model. Really didn't rate it until I painted it. There we go, that's it, that's all we need to do. Couple of little buttons. And we've got a really neatly painted Frodo. I'm just going to switch back to live so I can make sure you guys get a really good look at this. Come on, focus, where are you? I am really happy with that. I love the color combination that we've chosen. I love how muted it is. Looks nice and realistic. And the sword could do with a little more work, but we won't spend any more time on it here. I think that's perfectly acceptable for today. Really happy with the color combination, and actually really happy with his face. It's such a nice face to paint. Cool, guys. What do you think? You happy? Fuck, that is awesome. I am stoked with that. Alright, let's throw these guys away. So, here we are. Let's have a look. Where's live? 2 hours and 37 minutes. Yeah. Oh, Mandalore. Great question. Are you going to go further with the hair on the feet? I'd forgotten that hobbits have hair on their feet. Of course they do. Yes, so probably what I'll do is I'll do the same thing I did with his hair, and we'll do it on his feet. But we won't do it now. I might as well just get him based, and we'll get some dice rolling and some scenery made. So let's grab ourselves our... I'm going to grab some ready basing glue. This is the fast drying like latex based glue from Zorpazorp.com. It's awesome for drying. Where's my brush? What you want to do essentially is apply it down to the model, wait about a minute for it to get tacky, and then pour everything onto it, and it locks it in, it stays sticky forever, it holds forever. It's just awesome. So what we're going to do is we're going to do this for all our Frodos and Ringwraiths. Oh, but first we'll just do one little pass on these base rims to make sure they're looking really, really schmick. So we'll grab ourselves some charred brown, because of course we've been touching them a lot while we're painting them, while they were still a bit wet. So we'll just retouch all of these rims. Helps to give them another layer as well to make them nice and smooth. Smooth, smooth, smooth. Get that right on. Just to get a really smooth coverage. And then what we'll do is we'll do a little dry brush, because my kind of classic scheme of old has always been dry brushing bestial brown over scorched brown. That's how I've always done my bases. So now it's charred brown is scorched, and I don't know, I think I used tan. Might be tan. I'll have a look. I should know. I've done it that many times. There's too many Vallejo colors that have really simple brown names that all sound the same. So there's tan. Is it tan? No, it might not be tan. Where's the other one? I think it's this one. I think it's earth. Yes. It's earth. Earth gets the dry brush. Still 74 of you using. What brushes are you using? Asks Mr. Daniel. Absolute crap ones. Hey George, thanks so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed Frodo. Have a good time at work. Talk soon. We'll organise you getting over here for Arda. Alright, let's drop a bit of this down. Once again, I'm applying it to the dry palette rather than the wet palette because I don't want extra moisture in the brush. I'm going to wick all the moisture out of my brush, make sure that's all gone, load up the paint, and then we're just going to really brush this out. And then we just want to give this a really gentle little dry brush, just to pick up the edges of the rim. Just for old time's sake. Just have to be careful, we don't want to be too overzealous. Don't want to accidentally put too much on. Essentially, we want to drag the brush in profile rather than along with the grain of the base. Have it like perpendicular to the base when you're applying the paint. That way you won't get big, long brush strokes. Little trick for dry brushing bases. All right, one last one. Oh, it's a thing of beauty. It's a thing of beauty. How simple is that? Lovely looking base rims. Okay. Let's apply. Right, now I can put the brushes and paints away. That's a nice feeling. Let's apply ourselves with some basing glue. We're going to start with Sir Frodo. Just going to dollop a little bit on his base. And then I will just move it around with this crappy old brush that I have here. Take it and chuck it on the other side. If it goes over the edge of the rim, stuff will stick there, so you probably want to avoid that, like I have there. Doesn't matter if it's like sort of big thick pools, that's quite good because it gives more for bonding. And then what I'll do is I'll just come back with my little tissue and just clean up the edge. I'll put that off to the side. And that'll sort of become sticky in about a minute, so we can essentially apply all the glue to all of them. Again, you just got to be careful that not too much gets up on the robes. Like, we don't mind if there's a bit of stuff stuck to the robes. They are walking through the bush. That's such an Australian saying. You guys probably have no idea what that means. Walking through the bush. Alright, that's looking good there. They are walking through the undergrowth and plant life and etc, etc. I've got a little bit more on this fellow. Jeez, I'm pretty surprised with how good these Ringwraiths look for like how little work it was. The Black Templar is pretty dope contrast paint. So is anyone painting alongside me? Anyone doing any hobby or just listening? I know Damo said he was painting some stuff. Some Moranans, if I recall correctly. What are you guys painting at the moment in the stream? In the chat. I'm in the stream. What am I talking about? Again, just if you make a huge mess like I often do, just use your tissue and get it out of there. 2 to go. Ah, writing a thesis. Yes, I know Aiden would know what walking in the bush means, being literally living in the bush of Western Australia. Hey, so we're doing pretty well with these in terms of regularity. Stream number 3, we're powering through. Doing well. It's like I don't really ever think I'll miss a stream unless there's some sort of emergency. They're so really fun. I really love doing them. I think they work really well. You guys seem to be really engaged by them. So I know like a lot of people are always like, oh yeah, someone's launched a fortnightly stream. Let's see how long that lasts. But pretty keen to sort of just do it forever. It's really fun. And here's a little suggestion. I am so sure that alongside the Amazon release, we're going to get another magazine serial. Like, hands down, that's going to happen. They just released a 40k one. Right now, they're releasing a Sigma one. When Amazon launches, there's got to be a Middle Earth magazine serial. Like, surely. So, if that happens, if they release a new magazine serial, what I'll probably do is I'll keep doing this one fortnightly, and then I'll start doing that one fortnightly, so then there's a stream every week, one the new one, one the old one. How awesome would that be? That would be the absolute dream. But let's not count our chickens before they're hatched. We technically have no confirmation of the Amazon licensing agreement being signed. They'd be absolutely daft if they hadn't done it, but we don't know for sure. Even if some of my little birdies tell me it has happened, they're all, you know, who knows if they can be trusted. People can say anything on the internet. It would be pretty cool if it has happened. I'd absolutely love it. That would be absolutely awesome. Okay, let's hit ourselves with some flock. So what we're going to do is I've got a mix of the Zorpazorp Gaming green, what is this? This is like a mix of mid-green, dark green, and light green. It's just my sort of generic flock blend. It's really good stuff. And then this is the Luke's APS which you can also get from me online. This is the Scrublands Ready Basing. Same stuff we used last time. So I'm just going to grab a little bit of gravel and sprinkle it on, just to be like, just a little bit of rocky feature, but the majority of this is going to be flock. I really like the colors of the Scrubland mix. It's got a really cool little selection of slates and aggregates and things in there. So just a little sprinkle of gravel. I feel like I'm on Louise Spenland's channel. Sprinkle of glitter. Sprinkle of gravel. I'm sure none of you will even know what that channel is. It's like his parenting vlog channel that my partner watches and now I'm like totally into. If any of you know who that is, that would be hilarious. Sprinkle of gravel, the lucky equivalent. Larissa will know, she's watching. I think she's on the phone right now, so she probably just missed that joke. Nothing like making jokes for one person. Okay, so there's a bit of gravel mixed in. Have I got enough big bits? I might do like 1 or 2 more big bits. There's some big bits there. No, I think we've got a good mix there. Okay, so that's there, that's bonded. Now we're going to jump in with Frodo first, because he's got the stickiest. And what we're going to do is we're just going to dip it down and... Oh, there we go again. Jesus, I need to pay more attention to my batteries. Okay, take 2. Goodness me. Lucky pro streamer. Alright, let's knock a bit of that gravel off. What we want to do essentially is just push it all down, drop the flock in. It's going to bond pretty quick, but we'll just leave like quite a surplus of it on for the time being while that bonds. And then we'll give them a good dusting off just before we play our little battle report. So that way the fast drying glue will have sort of time to bond and act, but it does help if you just sort of pile it on and then give it a bit of a squidge. So good. I really love this flock. I can't wait to make a huge board that I'm planning on doing with a big chunk of this flock. I've got a really cool like Warg Rider, like Warg Attack board, which I've been planning on making for ages. I was working on a film, it was a Netflix TV show actually, and we filmed this underwater scene, and they made a piece of sea floor from like an injection molded fiberglass piece that was sort of designed and contoured to have like rocks and things into it, and it was like 5 foot by 5 foot, and at the end of the show I was like, I'm gonna make that into a board. Those look like hills. And it'll probably take like 4 or 5 bags of flock and that's it, and then it'll all be done. It's gonna look really cool. Get some gravel in there. It's got like all the natural hills and curves for the Warg Attack scene. As soon as I saw it, I was like, Warg Attack, Warg Attack. That was before War and Rohan even came out. This was like last year. I think it was even before it was announced, and I was just like, oh, that'd be great for Warg Attack one day. I'll get there. Okay, so that is our base dudes. Will we throw a flower down on Frodo's? Yes, I think we will. So let's just put a little... This is the great thing about these tufts. I'll leave the flock there for now. Is you can just grab one of them and just rip it up. So if I just want a tiny little flower like that, you can just rip the tufts and they're still absolutely perfect. So I think what we'll do is we'll do that with both. We'll grab a daffodil and a heather, and we'll rip that up. There we go. Just have a couple of small flowers rather than the sort of really sizable flower tufts, which sort of could quite easily overpower a base. What I'm going to do now is I could just as easily use the fast drying glue, but I just want something a little bit thicker for this flower tuft. So I'm just going to come in and what I might do is I'll clear a little spot for it by moving that all aside, and then I'll drop in a little bit of, this is like a fast drying PVA. Just put it, that happened. Brilliant work, Bucky. Just spill PVA all over your brand new model. It's a good way to make flock stick to it. Have you heard the new Zorpazorp way of sealing models? Just coat them in PVA. Alright, we'll chuck that guy in like that with a little bit of flowers. A little bit of flowers, just like that. Yeah, that's quite good. We got a bit of yellow, a bit of pink. It's going to sprinkle through quite nicely. And then we'll just get a little bit of flock, nice and fine. And we'll just push that down into the surplus of the glue. Easiest way to do that is probably just duck him in there. Alright, that will do for now, and then once all those glue setting agents have dried, we'll be able to dust them all off, and we'll have a beautifully perfect Frodo, but without, obviously these bases aren't finished because we need to trim off the flock, but you guys can sort of have a look at the vibe, and the spacing is nestled in there, there's some rock, there's some flock, we've got a little bit of flower tufts, a little bit of stuff of variable height, just to give the base a real amount of interest, but we haven't really drawn away from Frodo too much. I think he looks absolutely perfect. Okay, fantastic. Let me swing on over to the chat. Yeah, so Aiden's asked, how do those magazines work? Essentially, they used to come out every fortnight. Like the old TV magazine weekly issue thing. So they were every fortnight. They were like I think $12.95 per magazine, which was insane value. Let's have a look at what I asked about 10 minutes ago now, what everyone was painting along with us. So we've got... Oh, Factoria Tabletop has joined us. Thanks so much for coming and watching a live stream, dude. Literally dry brushing the new... As I was painting the bases, Damien said, literally dry brushing the new Bestial Brown over the new Scorched Brown at the moment. Yep, it's the way to base, my man. I'm very keen on it. Very keen on it. Anyone tell me who owns the mounted Legolas and Gimli if Leggy really has those crazy eyebrows in the Games Workshop picture? Philip has asked. No, he doesn't. It's a gorgeous sculpt. That paint job was bloody awful. I have no idea what that was about. Very weird. Just the face. The cloth work was lovely. So we had... GBHL Damien is finishing off some Morannon bases. Declan from Declan Paints over in New Zealand is painting some Warriors of Rohan. Dan Gross is smashing through his elves. Very nice. We've got some Black Shield Marines for Mike Davidson. And... oh, we've got a mummy and a bub. What's happening here? Oh, hello. We've got Mark T is painting Frodo along with me. We've got Kevin cleaning up Morannons from the Pelennor box, which is, yeah, I mean, you get a lot of them in there. 36, I think. I haven't even opened my Morannons. I've got so many already. But yeah, in fact, I think I donated my Morannons from the Pelennor box to the those sprues for prizes from Arda. And what else have we got? We've got some Lothlorians for JW. Who else is painting what? Yeah, cool. Lots of a good spread. A good spread with stuff. Yosef says, good night. See you later, dude. I've probably missed you by now because I'm late to rereading through these. But I'm glad you liked Frodo and the elves. And then my battery died, which was brilliant. Need to get a mains power adapter, Lockie. Yeah, I know. I just haven't bothered ordering it. But also because I move my camera around so much, and when I'm filming on the gimbal rig, the mains power adapter is so useless to me. But we still haven't done any filming on the gimbal rig yet. But been meaning to order it from ages. I'm just an idiot. Yeah, $12.95. They were $12.95 a magazine. It was absolutely nuts. More Morannon Orcs and Gundabad Warriors. A Gundabad Scythe Troll Wheatbix. Awesome. That's cool. I still haven't painted any Gundabad yet. And PvP Gauntlet is doing some Haradrim Infantry. Nice. Cool. I'm hoping they're dismounts for cavalry. Or they could be in the Mummics. Yeah, $12.95, and every issue was like a metal hero or plastic warriors. It was pretty crazy, actually. Really good value back in the day. So what we've got to do now is we're going to sort ourselves out with our very first terrain tutorial. But let's just have a quick look at these guys one last time. Might be able to dust off the flock and show you the final finished painted models. Let's dust off some of this flock. At least I can clean the edges up now that most of that will have bonded. This is what happens when you spill a little bit on the base stream. You get a little bit of flock overspill. So that is our fantastic little finished Frodo. I'm so happy with him, hey. I really love the color combination. Really love the cloak. He's looking awesome. And then these are our Ringwraiths. Let's clean off all that spare flock off the bases. All you need to do is just run your finger around the flock, around the base, and all that spare flock will pull straight off. I'll be able to tap off a little bit more of that in the meantime, but that's our vibe. He's got flock all through his cloak now, but we'll brush that off once all the flock is glued. So ignore the little bits of flock that are sitting on the bases themselves. Now again, we could give this metal a little bit of a dry brush, but we'll do that in the future. We'll get into our terrain tutorial for now. I really like this pose. He's quite a dynamic pose. I'll have to. I think when I run them as an army, these Ringwraiths I'm talking about. Oh yeah, that glue's bonded really well. I usually take the Witch King and the Undying and Kamul, so I don't usually use all 9 of the generic poses, but I really do quite like these 5. I picked these 5 because they're the ones from the Weathertop set, and that way we can do a little bit of fun stuff. So that is all of those guys ready to go for action. I'm going to go and set them up over on the board, and then what I'm going to do is come right back, and we're going to do our very first scenery tutorial. Now I just have to run downstairs and grab a few bits of foam board and stuff, so I'll swing you guys over to the chill out screen. While I'm gone, what terrain projects have you guys been working on lately? Have you been smashing any cool stuff out, making any hedges, any Hobbit stuff, any Rohan stuff? Let me know in the chat, and I'll come back and have a chat to you in just a second, and we will see you very shortly. All right, we are back. Let's jump on into some scenery. The first scenery tutorial for the battle games in Middle Earth Livestream. Now, I asked you guys what you had been making. Let's have a look and see. I've got a few replies. So, finished a bag-end display board for Throne of Skulls, says GBHL Damien. Not quite terrain, but similar skills. Absolutely terrain. What are you talking about? Display boards are terrain. Yeah, it was absolutely awesome too. Mind-blowing display board. Fantastic. I'll have to throw some photos up on the community page, or you can, Damien. Are you in the page? You should be in the page. Put up some photos for your display board. You've talked about it, now you have to. It looked so good, guys. Definitely go and check that out. Aiden says, I'm still trying to figure out how to glue together this bloody ruined tower. I'm pretty sure Aiden's referring to some Hearst Art brick stuff that he's been doing. Mr. Daniel got the Citadel board a year ago and grassed it terribly. So my project after exams is to clean up the board and re-grass it with either flock from Luke's APS or static grass. Luke does, or we have the static grass in the range as well. Summer, spring, autumn, snow, 2 mil, 4 mil, 6 mil, it's all there. Miguel has been working on a lot lately. He's been doing ruins, a ship for a Gondorian fleet, some trebuchets. I love the old scratch-built trebuchets. All my trebuchets are built from balsa wood. And Helm's Deep. Wow, fantastic. Everything for a campaign where I play as Minas Tirith. That sounds awesome, dude. Only the True Witch King has been working on a big Minas Morgul piece lately, which is very fitting, but put it on pause to paint Gil-galad, Sauron, Glorfindel, and Elrond, plus a bunch of high elves. That sounds like a wicked project. Minas Tirith for Mr. Daniel, Mordor for Contour. People just being excited now. DCHL has an article on good rules with naval battles, says Miguel, which might be interesting for campaigns and games. That's very, very true. What armies are you painting at the moment, asked Miguel. Well, I mean, technically, I'm working on a Fornost Alliance army, which I've chatted about earlier in the stream, which is High Elves, Arnor, Gondor, and the Shire as well, and Ravanian, which is sort of like early Rohan conversions, pre-Rohan. Would you recommend using static grass with an applicator from modular gaming board, or the flock? I'd use a combination. So flock and static grass are used best together. For wargaming boards, I like to use, I will show you right now, 1 second. I like to use this stuff, which is our multi-flock mix. So you use that as like your kind of main base layer that you sort of cover the board with PVA, and then sieve all this through, put some clumps down as well to be bushes, sieve it all down with lots of different colors and blends, and then you create accents with static grass by putting it through an applicator. So you don't static grass the whole board, you just do like around rock features and in different patches to create different types of foliage and stuff. That using them together looks absolutely amazing. Glenn Corbet has been painting 3 meters of cobblestone paths. That is a lot of cobblestone paths, dude. That is absolutely insane. So a lot of really cool terrain projects happening, which leads us perfectly into our next segment, which is scenery in battle games in Middle Earth. Did I just cover this book in flock? I totally did. 1 second. Get back in the flock box. Ugh. That's what I get for getting excited about my flock. Right, we go on flock. We will need you in a moment. So what we're going to be doing today is flipping to the final page, and we're going to be making a hedgerow. Now, this is an old school piece of terrain, and a very old school method. Everyone's been making hedges in wargaming for years and years, and this was the very first thing that I ever made in terms of terrain. I saw this guide and I was like, that is something I can do. The process is very simple. We make a base out of cardboard, we grab ourselves some scouring pad, and then we staple it together or hot glue it together if we're a little more sophisticated and don't want staples in there, but I just thought I'd show you guys. We could have a go at stapling one, it could be fun. And then, you can see that's already pretty greeny and flocky, and then we'll get some flock and we'll make it look like a lovely little hedgerow. Get a bit of gravel on the the beds and things, and in and around the base of the hedge. And we've got a top tip here. We'll have to read the top tip. When you are flocking a base or a large piece of terrain, it may be best to glue the flock on a section at a time. If you paint the whole base with PVA, by the time you start putting on the flock, some of the glued area may be dry. What a top tip. Thanks, guys. That's amazing. Okay, so let's dive in and get started. The first thing we're going to need to do is grab ourselves a base. Oh, yes, Damien, please control yourself, but we are finally making the hedges. I'm going to swivel this mic over so you guys can still hear me, and I'm going to come over here. And we are going to, I think I can safely put this guide away. I think I can handle making the odd hedge. So, we've got here some scouring pad. This is, of course, the stuff that you use to wash up dishes. You can get it from any supermarket. And what I've done is I've just cut this one in half, which has kind of yielded a relatively good sort of size for our lovely hedges. And then we're going to make that into a hedge, but we need a base. So what I've got here is just some crappy black cardboard, and I'm just going to cut something. We're not being very sophisticated today. We want it to be the same length as the hedge. Well, let's make a couple. We'll make a couple. We'll make 2 or 3. Then we can use them on the board today. They're very, very easy to make. And then what we want to do is just trim ourselves a little base. So I've got my sort of pre-made one here. So we want a thickness that sort of works. And we don't want the base footprint to be too large or anything. So we might just go somewhere like in that vicinity. Now this is really cheap corrugated cardboard. In fact, that's a really good point. I wonder if it's better for structural integrity, because this is corrugated, to be cutting with the grain rather than against. Interesting. Oh well, we've done it this way now. Can't bother changing. We're gonna do a bit of this action. And a bit of this action. We'll go one bigger. Cool, alright, so we've got some bases. We're just gonna smooth off these edges. We'll just do a bit of rounding. It doesn't need to be all perfectly straight after all. The world isn't a perfectly straight place. Everything's all a bit wonky and curved in nature. There we go, good. Particularly around the edges, we don't want that to be too thin. Now obviously you probably should be, I would normally do these on MDF, but it's much more fun to do them out of janky cardboard and cut them out in front of you guys. So if we wanted them to be a bit more durable, we'd base them on MDF, but this is just fine. Oh, I forgot to eat my banana. Went and got a banana for lunch and then didn't eat it. Or breakfast, I suppose. Alright. Just get rid of any area that looks too straight. 1, 2, 3, look at that. Now that way, they are curved and nice and sort of neat and stuff, but we can butt them up against each other and create a long hedge if we want. Now one extra thing you can do is also just give the cardboard a little bit of a taper. You probably don't need to do it when you're working with such thin cardboard like this, but if you're working with a thicker base like foam core or something like that, you can really taper the bejesus out of it. But we don't need to. This is just tiny, thin little bits of cardboard. So look at that. We've got ourselves the bases for 3 hedges. Super, super easy. It's a tri-hedge. It's very, very awesome. I mean, we could get fancy and make the ability to make T-hedges and things, but we're not going to go. Let's rein ourselves in, gentlemen. Come on. We're going to prepare our 3 pieces of hedge. We're going to go 1, 2, 3. Look at that. And then what we're going to do, now we could do the staple method as recommended in the video. You'll see here why it's not the best. It does sort of pull apart. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to just bend the crap out of it, get it all sitting where we want it to sitting where we want it to sit. And then we're going to take a hot glue gun, which has been heating beautifully while I was waiting. And we're just going to run a seam of glue up the inside. Looking great. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold that over and hot glue it in place. Now, the hot glue is very hot, so it might burn my fingers, but because of the gauze, it doesn't look like I'm going to feel it, so that's going to be fine. And we're just going to hold that for quite some time. The other thing I probably should do is put some PVA in there. That's not a bad idea. Because hot glue, you know, can burst open and things. Oh wow, that's very clogged. See, look at this, making up ideas on the fly. This is what we like. I'm just going to put a tiny bit of PVA in as well, just so that it creates, like, it'll dry in like 24 hours. But in like, you know, a week, that hot glue might burst open from the pressure of the springy stuff wanting to burst apart. So that way there'll be some PVA squished in there to hold it all together. Now we'll just let that do its thing. Oh wow, it's basically done. What I'm going to do is give it a nice even squash. Yeah, just leave the knife blade on it, and we'll do the same thing with this one. Now, what we can do to be a little bit clever is we can go a little bit beyond the initial tutorial. Are you going to stay nice and glued? Yes. And we're going to sort of hack a few little bits out of this one and just make it look a little bit rougher. Make it sort of come just so it's not all the same height, and then we'll come back in and add a little bit of different types of flock later on to kind of smooth that out and make it look acceptable. It's also quite fun because then we'll have hobbits being able to see over bits of hedgerows and hide behind other bits of hedgerows and all that kind of stuff. Ugh. There you go, just rip and tear. There we go, just a few little bits and pieces that aren't as kind of firmly thingoed. Now let's fix this glue. Why are you not working? Because you got crap all through the nozzle, that's why. It's almost like I haven't used that particular bottle of glue in a long time. Okay. Let's put a couple of dabs of PVA for that solidity. Now we're going to come in. Oh, now I need a new hot glue thingy. There we go. Reload! It's a very, very vague Matrix Revolutions reference. Okay. Alright, now we want to press this one shut. Don't stress if excess comes out the bottom. We'll survive. And we'll hold that one down. Thanks, Richard. We'll see you next time. The staples are a hack's job. Damien, if you thought you were going to come to Zorpazorp Gaming and see me try and staple hedges together, you had another thing coming, sir. Hot glue for life. Alright, we'll get those kind of all firming up. Feels like that bond is starting to hold, so I'm just going to swap that out and put him in there. How's this one going? This one looks pretty good. Pretty dope little hedge there. Very nice indeed. Alright, we're going to do the same thing here for this one. We're going to run a seam or two sort of like, you know, dots of PVA on the base, and then we're going to put a whole bunch of hot glue down. So that it sticks right now. And then we're just going to line that up in the center, and voila! That is the beginning of our little hedge. We'll let that glue, once again, don't worry if glue comes out the sides, we're going to be flocking the crap out of this anyway. So let's finish one more. We'll do this one quickly. We'll really hack into this one and we'll see what mischief we can make by really ripping some holes in this hedge. I didn't even plan on doing this, just occurred to me. Just out of nowhere, I was like, rip it up, Loki, rip it up. This one's going to be quite a war-torn hedge. Oh, I quite like taking like rippy sort of chunks and really... Now, you know what? Let's leave all that ripped up stuff onto it. That's great. I like that. Go a bit more. Essentially, what we're doing is just creating little bits of tree. Yeah, that's quite nice. Okay, it's a bit different. Once again, we'll put down our dollops of PVA. come in with our hot glue. Just get a bucket load of it in there. I'll fold that all down. All right. Please staple something. It's what the patron wants. All right, I'll staple one of them. Here you go. This is what the stapling method looks like. You slide this bad boy in here and you go, boom, staple. Now, the problem with the staple method is we now have a bit of a weird cavity in there, so we'll have to fill that with some flock later on, but that's okay. Damien's ruined the terrain. We'll just fix it, I guess. And now we'll fix this one. Slot him under there. I'll tell you what, Damien. I'll give you another staple. The great thing about that is a little bit of physical bonding is useful because it means that they won't stop. And it also kind of creates an interesting little texture. This bow that I said was a ruin, it's actually quite interesting. Yeah, it's like, you know, it's a bit thinner in there. It's not all bowing out. That's really cool. There you go. Look at that. Now we're going to chuck this guy down. We'll chuck down lots of hot glue and a bit of PVA as well. Always do the mix. Try and keep the edges of the hedge like relatively uniform and upright, so the joins look pretty good when they're next to each other. But like, come on, probably don't need to get too worried about these edges. All right, that's looking great. 1, 2, and now let's just finish number 3, who's probably going to be dry by now. Oh, of course he's got the staple in him, so he'll be fine. Gonna hot glue that little piece down. It's just a bit too sticky uppy for me. Okay, so a bit of PVA. And then a bit of hot glue. 3 hedges well underway. Look at that. Oh, it's just a thing of beauty. Just a thing of true beauty. Okay, let's clean up the workspace. We don't need the hot glue gun anymore, so we'll leave it turned on, but we'll chuck it away just in case something, you know, pops open or we need emergency fixes. Only turn the hot glue gun off when you have to. That's the number one. Get all these bits in the rubbish. Alright, so now it is flocking time. Now we're just going to do it all together, and we're going to do it really fun and really haphazardly, but just make sure that sticks first. It's hot. Leave one more, but these are going to be our hedges, so I'm happy with the shape. We've got a perfect one, a slightly damaged one, and a really damaged one. So this one's, you know, seen a bit more war. It's had a bit of a rough life. What we're going to do is we're going to put down some pure PVA all over the base, and then we're going to put down a mix of watered down PVA, and we're going to do that with my drinking water because I forgot to bring water in. There we go. Pour in a little bit of water into our tray. That's probably too much. Probably don't need that much. You know what? We probably will. Just like this. Okay. Madness, absolute madness. Now I'm using Weld Bond here as opposed to normal PVA because I want stuff to dry fast, but it's a very expensive use of Weld Bond. But that's fine. We're going to mix this up with the water. This is just an absurd way to do it. I should be doing this in a cup, but it's fine. Now we've got ourselves just some watered down PVA, and we're just going to coat this all over the hedges. Wow, I need like so much more than that. What am I doing? Got no idea. No idea, mate. It's all in my brush. So yeah, watered down PVA all over the hedge itself. Just make sure when you're applying this PVA that you don't put too much force on the hedge, or it'll sort of, you might push it off its base that we just spent all that hard-earned time gluing on. Let's put a bit more PVA in there. Again, use real PVA, don't use World Bond, it's way too expensive. Alright, now I've made enough of a mess. Now the other thing that you could do, of course, is you could spritz this with a spritzer. Like put the watered down PVA in a spritzing bottle. I just didn't want to do that because I didn't want to make a huge mess at my computer desk. But that is what we will be doing to seal these afterwards, which I'm not going to do on camera, but just water down some PVA, spritz it all into the foam flock, which they don't recommend in the Battle Games of Middle Earth guide, I might add. Alright, so just soak that all in there. Oh, I'm getting really sticky. I better not touch the keyboard with PVA hands. Alright, we'll get all that on there. And then for the base itself, I'm just going to use pure World Bond, just to give that a really thick and a really strong binding. Because, like models will be touching that area. Exciting stuff. Okay, maybe a little bit more on this first one. Look at this. Oh, it's a thing of beauty. It's a thing of mess and a thing of beauty. So now what we'll do is we'll grab our PVA. We'll just do a line. And a line. Again, you guys can just use normal PVA. I just want everything to dry really quickly. You could also use the Luke's APS basing glue. That would work totally fine in this instance as well. Make sure you've got glue right up and around that hedge, because you really want to get some foam flock in there and sort of help join the two bits. Probably also don't need a brush this large, but I couldn't find my nice chill size PVA brush, whatever. Alright, you're ready. You're ready. And the last one. I'm not obeying the top tip of, doing them one at a time, am I? I'm going crazy. This will be quite cool because we'll get to see the difference of how weathering the sponge first looks. Give us a different example, a different idea of things we can do. Alright, now all this excess PVA, I'm just going to brush that onto the thing itself. Now, of course, the great thing about these being green is anytime it's like a dark green, any flock that doesn't get attached will still see these cool little guys underneath. Just going to attach a little bit of extra PVA, now that watered down PVA is there to act as a medium, just to make sure there's enough quality glue in there and I didn't dilute it too much. So I might have over diluted it a bit, but that's fine. Alright, look at these bad boys. Looking exciting. So let's put all the sticky stuff away. That's not going to happen. And now it's time to get our hands covered in flock as we glue these together. Maybe an errant sword took a chunk out of the hedge. Yes, now I will come back to the chat in a sec, guys, but I'm just hesitant that I don't want these to dry. So what we want to do now is when we want to grab, with preferably not sticky hands, just grab some huge chunks Just mix a whole bunch in there. I'm doing like a combination of dark green and medium light flock, but also like looser stuff, clumpier stuff. Just jam it on there. Just go absolutely crazy. You can drop it in the box, smush it all in there. That's why I have this blend box for like exactly this kind of stuff, where I just want to cover something with flock. And then we just go bang, 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 bang. Get everything off the bottom. Now I've got to be careful here because I'm using cardboard like a, you know, teenage Lockie, not teenage, childhood Lockie did. It does mean that it's a, you know, it goes soft with all the moisture from the glue. So that's going to happen, but it'll harden back up again. That's fine. There's definitely some spots where we've missed, where we need some more glue. And you just want to pile this up. You just want to pile it on up. And then what we're going to do is we're going to spritz it with watered down PVA. And all of this will just lock together and go rock solid. And it's going to be really durable and really, really tough. Put that one over there to the side. Obviously this, you can still see all the white for the glue, but that's going to dry. That's not going to be there. We're not going to have to worry about that. I'm going to jam this guy full of flock. And then so what I'll do is I'll show you guys what they look like today, and then once I've spritzed them and sealed them all, they'll come back for next week, and I'll show you the finished product. I should have had a here's one I prepared earlier. That would have been brilliant, but I didn't. I was painting elves last night, so I'm supposed to be on leave, guys. You don't take leave from the live stream, though. No way. No, sir. Not one single bloody day. Not one! Remember to get the ends as well, because we want those to look good enough when you're not putting them up against other live streamy friends. Live streamy? What am I talking about? Hedge friends. Oh man, these are looking so cool! Alright, now the other thing that we can do, which I'll just demonstrate on this guy, is we can grab ourselves a little bit of scrublands and drop that onto the base first. A couple of big rocks usually works better than smaller gravel, just to give ourselves a little extra bit of something on there. And then we'll flock all around it, and those will sort of come through underneath the flock. You can also glue a few more extra guys down afterwards. These are going to look really cool when they're all sealed and cleaned up. But there we have it, guys. It's a mess right now. A very, very messy desk. But there we have 3 pretty badass looking hedges. And once we seal them and then dust them with a little bit more flock and then seal them again, they're going to look absolutely awesome. But you can see, like, you know, they're just... Once all that PVA dries and once we get all that cool flock on there, they look really nice and really granular. I mean, the key to making them look quite decent and realistic is different types of flocks, using clumps, putting bits of gravels in. You mix them all together and you make them kind of, you just get lots of variety, right? Lots and lots of lots and lots of kind of different natural forms. So different types of flocks, get some rocks and gravels in there, and get some different pieces as well. So that is our very first scenery tutorial for the battle games in Middle Earth Livestream. Very, very fun. Yeah, I just mix all the flocks together. Who is the lucky Patreon sponsor who gets to sponsor these hedges? Well, that is whoever wins today's Frodo. So today you win Frodo, Sam, and several hedges. Now, what we're going to do with these hedges is we'll, because they act as a barricade, right? When we start bringing the barricade rules in, we will, sorry, I just thought Dan Gross Bob Ross comment. We'll keep track of every single time one of these hedges deflects a blow. It's gonna be huge. How many times does someone's sword get stuck in the hedge? How many times does the hedge save somebody's life? It's gonna be absolutely massive. You know what? Maybe we will just put them down on the board today, even though they're still wet. Let's do it. Who cares? Let's do it. Yes, Damien, you can win the hedges, and I will be so happy if it's you who wins Frodo, Sam, and the hedges. That would be something truly special. Okay, cool. So, let me just whiz through this chat, make sure I haven't missed anything that you guys said. Hope I had a good Australia Day yesterday. Thank you. I did. I worked, and then I worked my non-Zorpazorp job, which is only 4 hours a week now, Monday to Friday. I work full-time. Very Australian. Full-time on Zorpazorp, and then I still have my little Saturday morning job to help pay the bills. To ease the financial burden of, the online store and Patreon and YouTube and stuff. But maybe I won't have to work there eventually once Zorpazorp can be completely full-time. But, it's doing most of the work now. It's only 4 hours a week. It's not huge. But it just helps a little bit. Takes the burden off. And then we just, Larissa and I hung out. Hang on a minute. No, yesterday was Sunday. Oh, anyway, you guys know what I mean. So yeah, it was a good, nice, relaxing day. All right, cool. Well, I think that's hedge your bets, guys. I think I will finish up there for our hedges. Yeah, I don't think we need to do anything else to them right now. Let's leave that there. That's everybody done in chat. And now what I'm going to do is I'll move the hedges over to the board along with our miniatures, and we will do our interactive battle report. So today, in fact, let's have a flick through that right now, and we'll have a look at what we're going to play, and then we'll set the board up. I'll just move these hedges. One sec, guys. All right, you guys can come over here with me. Gaming board land. Oh, that's full of water. That was nearly very bad. It's the last thing you want to do is spill PVA water everywhere. But I am just going to lift this whole thing up and move it. Boom! We're back. Alright. Let's get the last of the hobby supplies out of here. So, our battle report for today. Let's have a look. It is... Let's see if I flick to the right page. Nope, I haven't. One more page back. Ah. The Pursuit of the Ringwraiths. This pack's game introduces the malevolent Nazgul, the dark servants of Sauron, and basic rules for using the One Ring. If you don't have the Ringwraiths, we do have the Ringwraiths, so we don't have to use the cardboard standees. The same for Aragorn. Let's have a little introduction of our characters here. We have Frodo, the young nephew of Bilbo Baggins, and the inheritor of the One Ring, a sensible, home-loving inhabitant of the Shire. Frodo is swept along on an outlandish and dangerous adventure. He finds himself at the center of events that will shape the future of Middle Earth. Although he is certainly not a fighter, Frodo relies on his determined spirit and strength of will to overcome the many perils that lie in the path of the Ringbearer. The Ringwraiths, the 9 Ringwraiths, were once kings of men, the bearers of magical rings created by Sauron and the fires of Mount Doom. Their rings granted endless life, but gradually enslaved the kings to Sauron's will. That's a little simplified, but we'll roll with it. It's fine. All that remain of them are now twisted spirits, their bodies having faded into the empty nothingness. They cannot be killed in the normal sense because they are not alive, but they can be banished. A Ringwraith that has been banished in this way can reform its embittered will, shapes a new form for it to inhabit. Very nice. And then we have Aragorn, the saviour of today, hopefully. Strider, also known as Strider. Aragorn is the descendant of Elendil and the last heir to the throne of Gondor. His life spent battling evil in the wild. Ugh, how would I read my glasses properly? His rough and weather-hewn appearance speaks of a hard life spent battling evil in the wild. Aragorn becomes the protector of the hobbits, prepared to sacrifice his life to defend the Ringbearer Frodo and his companions. The fate of Aragorn and the Ringbearer are inexorably bound together with the fate of the lands of Middle-earth itself. Some exciting players today in today's matchup. We've got, basically, a big old fight. We've got 5 Ringwraiths chasing down Frodo. They start at one end of the board. Frodo's got a little bit of a lead, and Aragorn's on the other. We're going to be playing on a 2x4 foot board today, and Frodo has to simply get off Aragorn's board edge, and Aragorn has to help him, and the Ringwraiths have to kill him. It is as simple as that. We've got our profiles here again, as of always. Aragorn's got the highest fight value, so he'll be winning any draws. And other than that, he's a 3 attack model, he's a 3 wound model. Everyone else has 1 attack, and Frodo's got 2 wounds. So we still haven't got Might, Fate, or Will introduced just yet. We do have one special rule, which is the 1 ring rule. We're using a very simplified rule to represent the influence of the ring over the ring bearer. Each turn, before moving any models, the good player rolls a dice. If the result is a 6, then the will of the ring has proved too great, and Frodo cannot move, which is going to be huge because he needs to devote all his energies to resisting that power. Now, does that happen before priority? It says before moving any model, so I would say it's probably intended to happen before priority. I don't know, what do you guys think? Should that be before priority or after? They haven't really specified there. Before moving any models, that means it's probably before the move phase, so we might do it before priority. And then we have move, shooting. There's no shooting in this. Aragorn's too busy, doesn't have his bow, he left it behind with the other hobbits. And then the fight phase is all as normal. We have our wound chart. Aragorn is wounding the Ringwraiths on a 6, Frodo 6s by 5s, and then the Wraiths wound Frodo on 4s and Aragorn on 5s. And I think that's pretty much it. Frodo needs to escape, Frodo needs to be killed. Nice and simple. So it's going to be a pretty interesting game. Essentially, the lore is that Frodo has wandered on off and got himself lost from the rest of the hobbits, and Aragorn's gone looking for him. He was probably out looking for mushrooms or something, and then the Ringwraiths have stumbled upon him, and they have to get their way back to the rest of the hobbits. It's leading in. It's like the precursor to Weathertop. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to head on down and set up the rest of the board, and we will be back in just a couple of minutes to play out the pursuit of the Ringwraiths. Now, what I'm going to need from everyone here in the chat is I'm going to need some volunteers. We're going to need some people for Team Frodo. We're going to need Team Aragorn. We are going to need some Ringwraiths. So we've got the Witch King and then the other 4 wraiths. So we'll just sort of form teams, and I'm going to be screaming out to you guys, demanding instructions on what to do. The Ringwraiths have no magic. I lied in the preview because I forgot these ones. They didn't have magic yet. So it's going to be pretty interesting. So you guys start volunteering for who you want to take control of, and we'll be back in just a few seconds. Alright, we are back. Here we have our board somewhere on the borders of the Shire. We've got some farm landscapes, there's a ruined farmhouse, some forestry, a bit of rocky business, as well as some wagons and a little road there. Now you will see, I know you're all very keen and excited that we do have our precious hedges have made an appearance. They look a little wet, but it's fine. We'll roll with it. Now, of course, we did introduce difficult terrain in this scenario, in this edition of Battle for Middle Earth, or Battle Games in Middle Earth. So all of our crops are going to count as difficult terrain, as well as our woodlands. So there's some important avenues. The roads are going to be very important. Now, let's have a look and see who decided to join up on some of our teams. We had a few people heading off to bed. We lost the only true Witch King. Well, that is a shame. That is an absolute shame. God, there's lots of people volunteering. Okay, so Damien's going to take control of the hedges. That's very important. Aaron's on Aragorn. We've got Alex with the Nazgul. MJ Phillips, awesome. Another Patreon taking control of the hedges. That's really great, guys. Thanks for your input. Brilliant. We've got no one wants Frodo. Who's in charge of Frodo? Oh, yep, Miguel. Miguel's on Frodo. What we're going to do is, I'll just get you guys to operate as a team of Ringwraiths, and you can take turns shouting out at me, or I'll sort of rotate through your advice, rather than getting input on every single model. That might be a slight disaster. And then we've got Alex, you want to join the Ringwraiths? Okay, so Miguel, I think Miguel's in charge of Frodo, and there's a whole bunch of people in charge of the Ringwraiths, which is perfect. Damien and MJ are in charge of the hedges, which is exceedingly helpful, and we've got Aaron in charge of Aragorn. So if anyone wants to jump on any other teams, just tag in throughout. I'm basically going to be forgetting who's in charge of each team anyway and just shouting out for help as we go. So it's going to be good. But as far as I know, we've got team members for everybody. Now let's have a look. I'll just jump over to the board now. So over here, we've got our Ringwraiths here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Frodo is here on the middle of the track. This must be like just past Farmer Maggots. We've got some beautiful wheel ruts, some carts, and our flock. And then Aragorn, who's not allowed to use his bow, is the perfectly optimal bow-wielding, very rare 300's metal ranger, because my sword-wielding Aragorn I couldn't find. But he's just, it's such a good ranger model. He's a beautiful sculpt. I absolutely love this model. And this is Aragorn the Ranger, as a full-on ranger, so definitely worth it. So he is over here. So as always, the forces of good are going to be on Gandalf, and the forces of evil are going to be on the Isengard dice, because they all show up exceedingly well on camera. Let's get this show on the road, guys. Frodo, now we have to remember, before priority, every turn, we need to see if Frodo gets transfixed. So on a big Gandalf 6, Frodo stays still for the entire turn. A big 5, well that was close. Miguel says, Aaron, he's counting on you, but Aaron says, I got you fam, it's fine. Alright, priority, let's do this boys. And girls. Oh, it's tied, okay. 3 to 4, goes to the forces of good. Okay, Frodo, Aragorn, I'm guessing Aragorn get up there and Frodo bail. We've got options. We can either head straight up this road, or like head in the difficult terrain on a bit of an angle. I feel like it's at the moment a fairly obvious choice, so I'm gonna make it for you. I think Aragorn's gonna they're just gonna start running, and Aragorn, you've pretty much only got one way to go for the time being. But the Ringwraiths have a big choice. Let's pretend my boy Kamul is one of the other 4. Yes, indeed, Marksy, indeed. Use his might to get transfixed. Quiet in the hedges, please, MJ Phillips. Alright, Ringwraiths. So advance straight forward. 2 will compel on the Gorn. The Ringwraiths don't have any magic. We can't use compels. Alright, so Ringwraiths, I'm going to start moving you up. And we'll just move up 6 for the time being. And then I want you guys to think about next turn where you want to go. Well, actually, even now, do we want to send somebody up here in case, you know, they try to duck off that way to avoid you? Do we need to send someone off to cut ahead? Run for it and straight forward. That's excellent. Good advice. That's what I did. So excellent. Come on, Team Ringwraiths. I think those guys advancing, and the odds of, I mean, Frodo could cut that way and make it. Yeah. So see, let's send one over here. And we'll see how we go. Alright, that's the end of turn 1. Not particularly exciting. Frodo, does he get transfixed? Another 5. Jeez, he's riding the wheel right here. And let's dive into priority. And 5. The Ringwraiths get it. Alright, Ringwraiths. We've got big gains here. So 6 inches basically gets us up to the road. You can keep your 3 up the center road and have a Ringwraith on each flank, which could work pretty well. And then Aragorn, I think you guys have just got to sort of, get over to Frodo as quick as possible. I think we're just running for it at this point. Frodo's got 4 inches. Oh, whoops. It's not your turn. Sorry. So I'm going to move the center Ringwraiths off. Would you guys like me to reform the Ringwraiths? Oh, we'll go up there. We'll only lose an inch going around that difficult terrain. Would you guys like me to reform the Ringwraiths or keep them on the flanks? That's the real question. That's the real question. Alright, Frodo, seeing these Ringwraiths, he's just going to get out of here, as instructed by Miguel. And then Aragorn's just got to get up here. Man, imagine if we had the bow. We could just like drop some shots, but no bow. No bow. Okay. I totally agree. I really love the this Aragorn sculpt, but I'm not the biggest fan of the Legolas sculpt from the 3 Hunters range. Alright, so does Frodo get transfixed? Oh no! It's a big 6! Frodo's transfixed! Okay, so Frodo is still... the Ringwraith guys want to keep the Ringwraiths together rather than going for the flanks, so we'll start bringing them in. We might leave one flanker and bring this guy in. Let's see who's got priority. This is big. Ooh, it's a tie. I can't remember if we've established priority swings, but we're going to do it anyway. So Evil had it first, so it goes to the forces of good. Well, Frodo can't go anywhere. He's transfixed. So Aragorn is obviously really only with one choice, going to get up here and try and help Frodo out. So Alex says keep the Ringwraiths together. Next turn, move Aragorn up to Frodo. Miguel says rip. Yep, fair. And the Wraiths are going to get in. 1 priority win, and Frodo is in combat. This is big. 3 Wraiths. Now, Alex, you said keep them together. I'm going to assume you're talking about those 3, because I think we should run these guys up the flank so that we can potentially... We might even be able to get around Aragorn. Or jump over the barricade. We'll see, we'll see. Alright, 3 Wraiths, 1 Aragorn. We can do this. Whew. Okay, this is a huge priority, guys. Let's see. Is Frodo transfixed for a 2nd turn? Oh my god, he is! No way! Oh dear, okay, Frodo is transfixed, he's not going anywhere regardless of priority, which means the Ringwraiths are getting in combat. This is going to be very messy. Okay, the forces of good. Priority. Goes to evil. It goes to evil. Okay, well, what do you want to do, boys? I'm guessing that we're charging... So we can pair off Aragorn with 1 Ringwraith and put 2 Ringwraiths on Frodo. Oh my god, Frodo's gonna die. This is gonna be a very short game. Frodo's gonna die. Oh dear. Well, hedges, what would you guys like to do this turn? Oh, okay, stay still. No problem, no problem. Alright, well, in that case, we'll keep running the flankers around, just on the off chance he makes a break for it. We've got difficult terrain here, so we can move 2 inches to here, and then only another 2 to there. Let's do that. 2 inches. And 2 into the difficult terrain. We're going to charge... Get Terry! We can't, just because every turn someone is going to die, we can't just bust out a cave troll. Oh yeah, maybe he's lurking in the ruins. We'll have to wait and see. Oh my goodness. The hedges are going to stay still for this turn, but they're not sure about next turn. Okay, thanks for the update, MJ. That's really good. Alright, Frodo, save those 6s for combat. I couldn't agree more. Let's tag off Aragorn, and in go the two Wraiths. Luckily, there's no such thing as trapped at this point in the game. So we have our first combat. Oh dear. Let's do Aragorn first. Oh no, the Forces of Evil would choose first. Well, we choose Aragorn. Aragorn's got 3 attacks. The Ringwraith has a single attack. Oh, that's not good. The Ringwraith gets it on a big Hand of Saruman 6, and he needs a 5 to wound Aragorn. Oh, another 6! What is happening with Aragorn in these bloody battle reports? Okay, Jesus. So Aragorn takes a wound and backs away. Backing away is the key thing. Okay, Frodo. 1 attack, the Ringwraiths, 2 attack. Frodo, come on, buddy. I believe in you. I believe in you. Oh no, Frodo's lost it. Okay. Jesus, 2 4s right now and Frodo dies. This is not how this was meant to go. We are absolutely going to have to bust out Terry the Cave Troll. Okay, please don't roll 2 4s for the sake of my content, dice. Don't betray me. 1 4 and a 1 1 and a cocked dice. And a 6. Okay, Frodo takes a wound. A wound on Frodo and Aragorn. This is rubbish. I love Aragorn. It's not my fault. He's awful. Okay, before priority begins, we are going to see if Frodo is transfixed. A 4. He's not. Okay, that's big. We need priority, like, so badly. Oh, evil gets it again. Oh, that's so big. Okay. This Ringwraith isn't going to make it to combat, so he's just going to sit here. We're going to put 1 on Aragorn. Hedges, I really think you guys have got to do something this turn. No, there's no fate. They don't have any might, will, or fate. They become a fate. I think it's the next issue. I think it's issue number 4. Alright, Ringwraith number 2. He's number 5, sorry, he's out to there. Alright guys, where's Sam? He promised Gandalf he'd never leave Frodo. Maybe we should bring Sam in. I don't even know if I have a Sam model to hand. Let me see. We should just have Merry Sam and Pippin come screaming onto the board to help them. I tell you what, if Frodo survive, we're bringing on reinforcements. Okay, Aragorn has got to kill this wraith. That's where we're going to start. Ooh, big 6 from the Gorn. Lovely work. Aragorn needs 1 more 6 to banish a Ringwraith. Oh, it flashed. It flashed, but it wasn't there. Okay, well, it's all on you, Frodo. I don't know how Frodo gets out of this, to be perfectly honest. Let's roll them individually. Okay, what have the Ringwraiths got? Oh, double 2s. The Ringwraiths have double 2s. Come on, Frodo. Come on, come on, come on, come on. No! You're kidding! What? Dear me. Dear me. Relief force on turn 3. Sam, Merry, Pippin, and Fatty. I think it has to happen. Frodo just roll a 1, needing to beat roll a 3. That's bad. Okay, 1-4 here, and the game is over. I'm sorry, Miguel. I didn't do it. It was the dice. Oh dear me. All right. I'm gonna go get the hobbits. Come on, Frodo. Let's run 1 at a time. 1-4, he dies. Damn it, Frodo's dead. Let's see if the second wound killed him as well. Alright. Well, Frodo's dead. What do we do, guys? Do we... Oh dear. Oh, this is tragic. Do we give Frodo a point of fate, or do we simply bring on the Hobbit relief force and play for revenge? Good can still play for the draw if they now avenge and kill every Ringwraith. I think that's the way we do it. So Frodo has fallen a little too quickly. A little too quickly. Oh, that's sad. Okay, well, I think it's time for some friends to join the fight. So I'm gonna come right back. And we are going to, yeah. Oh, that's a great idea. He just needs an Ethelus. Okay, so Frodo is dead. He's now going to become an objective marker, and he's been like stunned, right? Yes. All right. I'm making up rules on the fly. This is how it's going to work. So the Ringwraiths have knocked him out, and they're about to murder him. The dudes have to save him. So they're going to come on, and they're going to save him. I should have foreseen this. I'm going to go get Merry, Pippin, and some reinforcements, and we are gonna be right on back. Alright, we are back and there are some serious reinforcements for the forces of good. Frodo is unconscious and Merry, Pippin, who are for some reason wearing their armor of Rohan and Gondor, maybe that's all the painted bottles I have, and Fatty Bolger have raced on, and Sam, have raced on the southern board edge down here. And then, who's that coming from the north? It's Farmer Maggot. These are his fields after all, and his 3 dogs who have been off hunting these pursuers in their land are coming from the back. So it's time to get some serious revenge. Obviously, we're making up some profiles pretty hardcore on the fly here, so we need some serious new profiles here. Thanks for watching, Declan. We will see you next time. We need to create some profiles. So, Merry, Pippin are going to be exactly just hobbits with 1 wound. So is Fatty. Sam is going to be a 2-wound hobbit, and Farmer Maggot is going to be a 2-wound hobbit. His dogs are just going to be 1 wound, but they are still going to move 8. So should be pretty gnarly. Yeah, Frodo sucked really hard. Now, Larissa asks a very good question. Are the hedges the illegitimate children of long-lost Entwives? Look, I'm not here to comment on Entwife relations. What they do in their own time is their business, and whether or not they have the spawn is you know, that's their business. But we do have Fang with Farmer Maggot. There, the dogs are up the back. Dogs are up here. Okay, let's go. We can do this. Frodo is now an objective marker. The forces of good can still win if they drag him off the board. We shall see. Alright, priority. No ring rule anymore, because Frodo dead. Okay, it swings to good. Okay, well, what are we going to do, guys? What are we going to do? I imagine for now, the hobbits have just got to get up there. 4 inches each. I might have gone too hard, and I think the Ringwraiths are going to get absolutely slaughtered here. But, they have to execute him, right? So, Farmer Maggot, oh, he's just out of charge range of this Wraith. Ooh, let's move the doggies. Obviously, they're just going to come barking on down. 8 inches. Now Aragorn. He's gotta kill some people here. Without, like, getting swamped. Okay, what Aragorn's gonna do is Aragorn's gonna charge this guy. And then that Ringwraith will still be able to charge him, but that'll stop him from getting trapped with 3. And then, ooh, hello. This Ringwraith is going to charge... Oh, he'll charge Pippin. 3 inches. This Ringwraith is going to charge Merry. That didn't work out. Probably shouldn't have measured them so easily. And then the Witch King is just going to come in the center. The Ringwraiths have got to try and do some damage, I think. They're going to try and do some damage before they get absolutely numb. absolutely swamped. Okay, so Aragorn grab and drag away. Well, oh yeah, right. So that's exactly what I should have done, Aaron. I'm a fool. I went for the kill. Okay, let's do this. Forces of good. Let's start with Merry. Merry versus a single Ringwraith. Oh, Merry tanks it. 1-4 and Merry dies. Oh, for God's sake. Okay, Merry's dead. He joins the ranks of the fallen. Pippin versus a single Ringwraith. Why did I put them in charge range? The Ringwraith gets it on a 2. Whoops, in the box. And Pippin's dead. Oh my God. No way. Frodo counts as a heavy object. Yes, that's what we'll say. That's a great ruling. Okay, Aragorn versus 2. Aragorn, we just lost 2 more hobbits. We need you. We need you, Aragorn. Yes, Aragorn gets it. Okay, Aragorn needs a single 6. He's already fluffed once. We need to kill a Ringwraith here. Oh, still no kills. Okay, priority. Oh, wow. Double 6s. It goes to the forces of good. Sorry, evil. Okay, guys. What are we doing? Okay, so the hedges are going to stay still. Thanks, MJ. That's really good. Fantastic. What are we going to do with these guys? So, Aragorn... no, Ringwraiths. Ringwraiths. I think that was Alex. Alex, what are we doing? What are we doing? I think the obvious choice is that we pair up and we try and kill off Sam and Fatty. I think that's the obvious choice. We can probably put one onto Farmer Maggot. Do you want one Ringwraith fighting Farmer Maggot or two Ringwraiths fighting Farmer Maggot? Do you want to kill off... Interesting choice, because we could go for the softer kill on Farmer Maggot or potentially expose ourselves against Aragorn. I think we'll go for two on Farmer Maggot and then one on Aragorn. Now, good play. You've only got models left to move, which is obviously just going to be the dogs, so they're just going to bound on up. Alright, combat, let's do this. Oh dear. Dear oh dear. Okay, we'll do Farmer Maggot first. He's got 2 attacks. The 2 Ringwraiths have 2 attacks. Highest roller wins. Farmer Maggot takes it! That's it, son! Farmer Maggot needs a 6 to wound. Oh, 5s and 4s. Okay, but he didn't die, which is big. Aragorn versus the Witch King. But there's no distinction. Come on, Aragorn, don't choke this. Oh! Aragorn just gets it. It's tied on 3s. He rolled a 3, a 2, and a 2. Oh, dear. But he wins it because of fight value. Needing a single 6. He hasn't managed to put down a Ringwraith yet. Oh, come on, Aragorn. Okay. I think he needs 6s, right? Is that what the book said? It seems too hard. Yep. He needs 6s. He just sucks. Okay, now we've got Fatty versus 1 Ringwraith. Nice. Well, oh no, Fatty. Ringwraith wins on a fight value and a 4. And Fatty Bolger dies. And Sam. 2 attacks for Sam. And he's fighting 1 Ringwraith. And the Ringwraith wins. Sam's got 2 wounds though, so he can't kill him yet. But he does take a wound off Sam. Good lord. Okay. Priority. Finally, good win one. Okay. What are we doing, guys? This is tough. I think what we'll do, we got to get a kill. We can use the dogs. I've got 1 dog who has line of sight, so that dog's going to pair off that guy. And then these dogs, I think we have to capitalize. I think these dogs are going to move down here for future charges. I think Aragorn is going to go on this guy. We'll just 1v1. We'll just 1v1. Keep it simple. Sam is going to... I think Sam is going to just try and get back closer. So if he survives, the dogs will be able to help him next turn. The Ringwraiths, of course, will just leap after Sam. That's the only model they've got left. This is tough. This is really tough. Yeah, Aragorn's got to tie up the wraiths. Okay, the hedges will stay still. All right, well, just be aware that the hedges have been engaged by this. Sam's actually fighting over the hedges, so they're going to have some impact this turn. It's going to be very important to see what the hedges do. So hedges, if you can just think about your strategy leading into the fight phase, that'd be really good. All right, let's go Aragorn first. Aragorn is fighting 1. He's got more attacks. And he does it. Jeez, only rolling 4 high again. He needs a 6. We need to kill a wraith. He fails for the 4th time in a row. Farmer Maggot, 2 attacks against 1. He loses. I think he's still on full wounds, isn't he? Alright, let's see if Farmer Maggot gets wounded. He doesn't! First time the Ringwraiths haven't wounded somebody. Alright, 1 dog versus 1 wraith. Oh, the doggies have got it. Come on, doggy. Oops, that was a violent throw. Oh, no luck. No wounds, but we didn't die. Alright, now we've got the attacks leveraged in the fight. Okay, Sam against the 2 Ringwraiths fighting over the hedges. Oh, evil get it. Now, hedges, what do you want to do? The hedges are heroic defensing? Okay, so the hedges can only be wounded on a 6. So the Wraiths need to strike past the hedge. One strike hits the hedge, and one strike hits Sam. Let's see if it hurts Sam. It does hurt Sam. In fact, I think it kills Sam, because Sam's on 1 wound. So, Sam is gone skis. God damn it. And the hedges. Let's see if the hedges. The hedges can only be wounded on a 6, of course. No luck. No luck. Should have made that strike on the hedge. Alright. Sam dies. This is bad. Okay, priority. Evil get it. Farmer Maggot. Oh no. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and kill Farmer Maggot before we get overrun. It's not going to happen anyway. The dogs are really going to help Evil now. So let's just throw these Wraiths up here. They're not going to be able to charge though. And then what I've got to do with these dogs is I'm going to save Farmer Maggot. And then I'm going to guarantee that the Witch King dies. Surely. Surely with 5 dice I can roll 1 6. Ooh. Yeah, Sam... Heroic defense, more like heroic to hedge. I love it. Alright, let's do this. Aragorn, he is fighting with 2 dogs. He's got 1 more dice after this. And I am going to need 1 more dice because the Ringwraith has won so far. Oh, just gets the 5. Ties it on 5 value. Let's get out of... Oh, I don't have another dice. So re-rolling one of these, I need a 6. I'll just roll an evil one. No 6s. That is now 12 plus 5, 17 attempts to wound with Aragorn and friends, and I haven't killed a Ringwraith. Farmer Maggot on 1. Farmer Maggot loses. He doesn't get wounded. Dog on 1. It's a tied fight, but the Ringwraith gets it. And he kills the dog. First dog down. We are hemorrhaging casualties, good team, good. Priority. Goes to the forces of good. Okay, this is like our last sort of chance, I think. I'm going to go Farmer Maggot and Aragorn over here. And then this dog is going to charge these 2. So once again, that means I'm going to have a 2-on-1 dog situation. No, the dogs will be now 1-on-1. And Aragorn and Farmer Maggot on 1. Okay, hedges are staying still this turn. This joke never gets old. Okay, Aragorn gets 1, 2, and a 3. The Ringwraith gets a 1. And then Farmer Maggot doesn't matter. Okay, so Farmer Maggot and Aragorn needing a 6. Don't need to differentiate their dice because they're both 6s to wound. Look at that. 2 6s. Finally, a Ringwraith is dead. Whew, this is brutal. Okay. 1 dog on the Witch King. Witch King wins. Dog survives. 1 wing on Kamul. That wasn't English, but you know what I mean. Okay, the doggy's got him. Needs a 6. Doesn't wound him, but doesn't matter because he's not dead. Okay, priority. Evil gets it. Damn, that hurts. Okay. I'm clearly barracking for good. Like, need Arwen. Oh man, these hedges are useless. Okay. Well, I mean, there's nothing real. Interestingly enough, they can't get to Farmer Maggot, so we'll just have to pair up a 2-on-1 dog, and then Farmer Maggot. Oh, that's actually worked in our favor because of this piece of terrain. He didn't have enough move to get around. Let's do Aragorn and Farmer Maggot. Aragorn just rolled triple 1s. Aragorn just rolled triple 1s. What? Oh my god. Has he rolled higher than a 4 the entire fight? Okay, Farmer Maggot. Farmer Maggot rolled a 4. 1 Ringwraith. Rolled very violently. Rolls a 2. Alright. Farmer Maggot is doing the work. Without him, we would have been screwed. Okay, no wounds yet. 1 more dice. Yes! Got him! Another Ringwraith down. 2 in 2 turns. Good at coming back. I'm definitely not biased. Alright, 2 Ringwraiths on 1 dog. Ringwraiths get it. And the dog survives! A 1 and a 3, my goodness. And then a 1-on-1 situation. It's a tie, the Ringwraith gets it. And the dog dies. Okay. We have 3 good models left and 3 Ringwraiths. I suppose that... Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay. Priority. Goes to evil. Well, all they can really do is form some one-on-one matchups. No, that's not true. Let's send in one Wraith to solo Aragorn and Thingo, and then we'll try and kill this dog with 2 Wraiths. Alright, Wraiths on the dog. That works. They got the 6. Needing 4s. Dog dies this time. We've lost the numbers advantage, but there's 1 combat left. Aragorn. Aragorn on 3 dice. He gets a 5 this time. He gets a 6. Nice work, Aragorn. Alright, rolling to wound because we automatically win on the fight. 1 more dice after this. Gets it, look at that. Kaboom. 1 Ringwraith left. 2 Ringwraiths left. Okay, I think good might have this now. This has really swung. Evil should hedge their bets and stick together. Okay. Priority. Alright, it goes to the forces of good. We're actually just going to leg it. Because we need to get Frodo and drag him before the scenario ends. So, technically... Oh, I don't think we'll play that nonsense. I think we'll just... Let's just kill him. We're going to have to 1v1. That's what's going to happen. We'll see if Farmer Maggot can bravely take on the Witch King. Alright, 2 combats left, guys. Aragorn versus a Ringwraith. And Aragorn just wins again. He needs a 6. No, not coming yet. And Farmer Maggot versus a Ringwraith. Ooh, the Ringwraith gets it. Farmer Maggot doesn't take a wound, okay. Same thing again. Priority. Goes to evil, they charge. Maggot versus the Wraith. Maggot's got it. Needs a 6. Doesn't kill him. Aragorn versus the Wraith. I mean, these guys can't kill anyone on their own. And Aragorn's got it, needing a 6. 2 1s and a 3. This is absolutely... The hedges will... Alright, well, unfortunately, priority. Forces of good move, but of course we all know that the hedges move first, so the hedges are charging Aragorn. Well, there's only 1 hedge in range, so he moves here and slots between Aragorn and the Wraith. This hedge will have to move there, and this hedge will have to move there. You'll only be able to make one hedge. Overruled. The hedges are going to stand still. Oh. Too late, the hedges have charged. Sorry, I saw Damo's call. Evil's got it. He'll charge. Okay. Aragorn, a hedge, and a Ringwraith fighting in combat. Oh, I've got all the wrong dice here. A 6! Aragorn wins. Okay, does he strike past the hedge? He gets 2. Imagine if this was the wounding roll, Damien. Look what you did. 2 strikes get past the hedge, 1 lands on the hedge. I'm going to see if I can wound the hedge now on a 4. No, the hedge survives. You're lucky. You're lucky. Needing to wound. Oh! The Wraith is down. 1 Wraith left. Alright, this Ringwraith desperately needs to kill Farmer Maggot here or we're in trouble. He does win the fight. And he wounds him. I don't think Farmer Maggot's been wounded. Or has Farmer Maggot been wounded? No, I think he has. I think Farmer Maggot's dead. There is 1 model each. Priority. It's 4-8. It's a tie, and I went to evil last turn. Unfortunately, they can't. Aragorn's just going to stay still. I'm going to keep using the barrier of the hedge. All right. They can't though. They're fighting over the hedge. All right. Aragorn wins. How many strikes make it past the hedge? They all hit the hedge. A single 4 and the hedge is dead. Oh, maybe. Oh, did Maggot not take a wound? Oh, my bad, guys. Good call. All right, we'll put Maggot back in the fight. So Aragorn striking past the hedge. Aragorn kills the hedge with 2 wounds. All right, first hedge removed. That's the first casualty for the hedges, so they've done pretty well. All right, and now Farmer Maggot's 2 wounds, needing a 6. and he kills him. Farmer Maggot does the final blow. So the final casualty count, all 5 Ringwraiths dead. Frodo, Merry, Pippin, Sam, Fatty Bolger, all dead. 1 hedge dead. And Aragorn down to 2 wounds. Now I think we'll call it there. I don't think we need to explore the hedges trying to stop Aragorn and I suppose the hedges have just as many models. It's a draw. It's a draw. A hedges between the draw and the forces of good. Alright, I will swing the camera back around and we will reveal who gets to take home Frodo and our valiant, ever so valiant hedges. Well, that was mental. What a game! What a game! I think Damien O'Byrne's comment summons it up for me most accurately. He says, "It's 2:30 a.m. I'm teaching a brand new class at 9 in the morning, and I'm cheering on a hedge on the internet." Hashtag best life. That was an insane game. Oh, that was good. So we had some victors. We had the hedges and forces of good drawing to be victorious. It was. I did bring it on myself. I shouldn't have written hedges at a jaunty angle on the thumbnail. It got Damien all excited. So that is it for our content sections. But we have one very, very special thing left to do, which is, of course, to give away our prizes. Now, after the incredible showing of the hedges, I think Frodo and the hedges is worthy enough of a prize. I think Samwise can be given away to someone else. He died straight away anyway. At least Frodo only took 2 turns to die. Those hedges are remarkable. Damien O'Byrne, if you win this Patreon reward, I will build you an army of hedges. It's like a 1 in 100 and something chance. It's minimal. I don't think I'm going to have to do it, but oh my goodness. So, for those of you who haven't seen the Patreon giveaways before, essentially, the Patreon, whatever I've painted on the stream that day, today it's the Frodo and the hedges. Last week it was 12 warriors of the Last Alliance, 8 Gondor, 4 Gondor, 8 elves. Week 1 it was goblins, 12 goblins, Groblogs, Gobjobs were given away to James Carver. So essentially, whoever wins, I will spin this fantastic wheel, and whoever wins will become the sponsors of those models, or hedges in this case, and they'll get to follow their journey through the whole Battle Games in Middle Earth Livestream campaign, and then eventually, once they don't appear in any more battle reports, they'll be officially retired, and then we will give them away, and I will post them out to you wherever you are in the world. To get your name on this wheel, all you have to do is pledge to the Zorpazorp Patreon. You can pledge as little as $1. Doesn't matter how much you pledge. You do get to go on the wheel no matter how much. Although if you pledge $5, you get to come and hang out in our Discord chat and chat to me all the time and chat to all the boys and girls in there who are constantly talking about really cool stuff. I always throw like my work in progress photos up in the Discord. It's pretty cool. It's a good little community actually. So let's do our giveaways. Now we have 5 people on each one? No, so we'll spin the wheel first. Alright, I'm going to switch to live so I can see this properly. Yeah, the hedges, this is the hedges. This is not their last battle report. They aren't retired yet. They're going to be in every game that's on grass. Alright, let's do this. Let's see which row it is. If it hits the orange, it jackpots. Spinning, 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 spinning. Oh, it missed the orange, and it is number 14. So, we have 5 people who might be winning. We have Sauron, who is Goggles. Hey, Goggles. Fat Corby, Will Byer, Ryan McCartney, and Patrick Nilsson. Now we're going to grab ourselves a big old-fashioned dice. We're going to roll 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, 6 with a reroll to see which of these lovely Patreons becomes the sponsor of Frodo and the hedges. Dice. I'm going to do this way this time. Whoop, no, it went the wrong way. Every time. All right, 1, 2, 3, or 5. It is a 1. Panning back up to my face. Okay. Player number 1 is Sauron Goggles. Oh, that's awesome. I love Goggles. That's fantastic. Fantastic. Well done, Sauron. You have scored yourself an absolutely fantastic set of hardy warriors. They might not be able to make strikes, but boy, can they take wounds when you accidentally hit them when trying to take other models. And of course, you've got Frodo, who dies like a champ. So, you know, he was exceedingly good at rolling 6s when he was putting on the ring. So, you know, he's pretty amazing, I think. Pretty amazing. So, there we go. There we go. What a fantastic little prize collection for this week's Patreon sponsor. What are we even doing next week? I'm not sure. Let's find out. Let me just grab the great big book of everything with everything inside. We have Battle Games Middle Earth folder, and we have week number 4. That's issue 5. The Fighting Uruk-hai. We have got some awesome Uruks. We're going to be doing a painting guide. Oh, we've got a modeling workshop. Apparently, we're building a hill. We're doing our first 3-dimensional element. Apparently, hedges didn't count as three-dimensional. We'll let it slide. We're learning a bit more about the fight phase. We are finally seeing the wound chart. Oh, shock horror. Have we got Might, Will, and Fate yet? Let's find that out. Multiple attacks, multiple wounds. No, still no Might, Will, and Fate. But in the scenario next, there is no heroes. Next week, it is the Elven attack. It's a bit of a what-if scenario, which you'll find occurs quite a lot in this live stream series, because the writers are like, we need a scenario for these weird model selections that we have. Oh, what if this happened? So, essentially, if Elrond had sent warriors from Rivendell to try and delay Sauron's advance on Rohan, we would have had elves versus Isengard. So we have 10 Uruks, the 10 Uruks that we'll be painting in next week's session, next fortnight session, I always say that, against 8 elves. Obviously, elves have got the bow fire, but they've got the lower numbers, they've got the fight value. Going to be interesting, and I believe it's just a good old-fashioned game of reconnoiter. I think that Uruks have got to get themselves off the board edge, so if any Uruk gets off the board edge, they'll win, because they've got to get on and, you know, pillage and raid Rohan. So lots of interesting stuff there. We've got shooting, different values with, you know, looking at the defense 5, defense 6 with the shield, starting to get into some more complicated stuff. Then we've got painting Urukai. Love painting these guys. We're going to do such a beast stream on those. And then we've got making our very first hill, which is going to be really cool and really messy. Excellent. I need like multiple cameras in different parts of the workshop. This is... doing all this crafty stuff next to my computer is freaking me out. So, some awesome stuff. And then where do we go from there? Up next, we have Lurtz, he comes, and then we've got Saruman, and we start diving into magic. We get more heroes, we get Aragorn, we get Boromir, more warriors of Rohan, riders of Rohan. There's so much cool stuff on the horizon in terms of models. It's going to be really interesting. Let's have a look at the chat before we head off and see what happens. We've got Sauron doesn't care for hedges. I'm sorry, Damo. I tell you what, if you ever win, I'll give you some hedges as well. It's fine. Congrats, Goggles. Yes. Yeah. Be jelly. We've got the grass is green, always greener on the other side of a hedge from Rain Mikula. Hey, dude. GBH. So Damien's going to take control of the hill in next week's battle report. Why every battle report is just going to be the terrain charging the models at the... Okay. I love it. It's great. Did I just think of something? Will all Patreons get to sponsor... we'll get to sponsor a unit? Well, I mean, potentially. There's 92 episodes. I mean, maybe not every Patreon, because we've already got like 110 of you, which is mind-boggling that so many of you guys want to support me and help me do all this, and also pay my rent and eat and electricity. Yeah, it was. There'll be heaps, but also like this isn't the end. No, the journey doesn't end here. No, it's we'll be hitting up some more other types of Middle Earthy streams, hopefully when we get a magazine series for the new stuff. So like this kind of thing is basically just going to be indefinite. I love doing these stream formats, so it's awesome. Are you guys enjoying it? You loving it? We'll start doing random stuff. We'll make up our own magazine series if there isn't one, and just keep giving stuff away every fortnight. I just love the like rewarding the Patreons that way, and I don't know, it encourages people to get involved and get like they care about the battle reports because it's their models, and yeah, it's cool. I love it. We're always going to do it. It's going to be good fun. Curveball, the hill is secretly a barrow. Ooh, interesting suggestion, Larissa. Stop making my work harder. Those hedges are the people's hedges. That's a very interesting comment from the Marksman. Next models to raffle are Uruks. When do you have to Patreon to be included? So you can literally Patreon, like, Larissa, my partner, she's like the, what's that phrase? Unspoken, unpraised hero, something like that. Every morning while I'm doing this, because I've inevitably forgotten to update this thing with the stickers, she's on my phone finding all the new Patreons. So we had someone pledge this morning. Who was it? Literally, Darren McWilliams pledged this morning during the stream after we were chatting earlier, and he was on there. His name is Darren McWilliams. Yeah, there it is. Right there. There you go, Darren. So you pledged, and an hour later, you are on the wheel and getting, in the chance for a draw. So you can pledge as late as you want, but if in case I make the wheel the night before, try to pledge even if I get a notification, I'll just, if Larissa's here, I'll get her to put it on the wheel. So try and... Oh, I should become a Patreon. What a great idea. Unsung hero. Thank you, McGregor. I'm not going to become a Patreon. Larissa's a Patreon, though, so she might win something. And she says that I'm not allowed to respin it if she wins. She wants to keep it. I guess the postage costs aren't very much. It's probably a good deal. 110 pay? Patreons, yeah, it's absolutely getting up there. It's mental. Will the streams go weekly at $5 a month? I think so. That's the plan. Because I'd like to accelerate through it, but I also love the idea of running an alternate stream on that thingo. I think that is one of the listed rewards. I don't know if it'll be exactly 500. I'm hoping so. We'll see. We'll see how the numbers work with scheduling and stuff, and I'll just make sure I can afford it. But I'm pretty sure that should be awesome. Hopefully we get a new thing. I just sort of got to 500, kind of. Well, not 500, but I'm getting there closer. More than I. I'm not going to read out Larissa's comment because it's slightly inappropriate. But. She wants the bottles. Yeah, we kind of got there a bit quicker than I had. Unsung Hero, that's the one. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for watching, guys. To everyone who stayed up super late in the UK and Germany and Europe. I don't know why I always single out Germany, just because I know heaps of you are Germans. But yeah, islands and everyone in that part of the world. And the Americans, it's getting quite late for you guys. Aussies and Kiwis, thank you for hanging out on your day off and spending the morning with us. Before we do go, what did you guys get painted during this stream? I'd love to know that, because I always kind of just sign off and go, oh yeah, what happened? What did you guys paint? Let me know. I don't know if you know, but I painted a Frodo and 5 Ringwraiths just while we were talking. I haven't played a game. I don't know if you guys noticed. I built some terrain. But what did you guys do? I'm really excited to see the hedges actually when they're done. I'll go and seal them all now with basically like diluted PVA, and they'll look really awesome. And I'll throw up some photos on the Facebook group. Every one of you should be in the Facebook group by now. That's where everything happens, in terms of you guys talking to each other. And I'll post like finished photos and stuff on there. It's really handy on there. We've got Kenneth was working on some Gondor troops. Damien says he planned a lecture, but I'd be worried about that curriculum. It's just gonna, like the word hedge will just be in every paragraph by accident. Didn't paint a thing. Driving a train. Wow. Listening while driving a train. That's awesome. The exact same Frodo, says Mark T. Make sure you throw some photos up, Marky. I'd love to see all the Frodos that we painted. We'll make a thread of Frodos. That is happening every fortnight. Everyone who does the exact paint along will make a thread. I competitively sailed and joined the stream late, says Alex. Well done. 4 Riders of Rohan, 4 dismounts, and 2 out of 4 horses. Dude, that's awesome. Well done, Sons of Gondor. That's really solid. Yeah, fantastic. Studied for a mechanic exam. Nice, Miguel. Good luck. Hope you do well. What else have we got here? Finish my scythe troll. Oh, yeah, nice, Weebigs. Good work. Finally doing the base on your crushing club troll. Yeah. Thredo. Are we gonna... I don't know if we should bring Frodos on here, Damien. They might infect my channel, the Frodo disease. I'm sure some of you are aware of the Frodo currency in GBHL. Maybe whoever wins the best, whoever posts the best Frodo wins the Frodo. Whoever posts the best Frodo on the Thredo may win the chance to buy themselves a Cadbury Frodo frog, but only if it's less than 25p. Cool, awesome. Oh, painted the hair on Imrahil after you told me to get Rhinox hide paint. Oh, did it work well? Make sure you wash the Rhinox hide with Nuln oil. It looks absolutely awesome. Just really subtle, gives a little bit of shading. I meant a thread of Frodos. You introduced Frodos. It was all you. Don't try and deny it. Well, thank you so much for watching, guys. I absolutely love doing this. I hope you guys are too. It seems like you guys are keen. There's still 50 of you watching right now, which is mind-blowing. Last week, we had a concurrent... Like the most amount of you watching at one time was 125, which is insane. I'm pretty excited to log off and see the statistics. I'll post it and I'll see. We'll see if we can break that record. But it's getting bigger and better every time. We're going to do some cool stuff next week. It's going to be awesome. Make sure you join me again. Thank you so much for watching. If you want to get on the Wheel of Fortune, make sure you jump on over to Patreon and check that out. And all of the hobby supplies and basic materials that we used today, you can find over at Zorpazorp.com if you want to buy some stuff and support us that way as well. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you all next time right here on Zorpazorp Gaming for the Battle Games in Middle Earth Livestream, part number 4.